all of the African people with all the capacity that we have on the continent. I think it should be a matter that we won't be discussing here at all. Perhaps.
Okay, so Minister, you raised a very important point. But for example, there are some Ghanaians who are, for example, not very much excited about the fact that the headquarters of AfCFTA is sited in Ghana. Because apart from the nice building and everything that you see, international trade is a specialist area. If we want Ghana, if we want other African nations to benefit, what are the studies that are being undertaken in African universities across the whole of Africa for Africans, young economists, young lawyers, young persons interested in trade to understand the concept of WTO, how it relates to Africa, and how AfCFTA fits into the whole matrix, so that even intra-Africa trade, which is not at a very good level, will be turned around. So, those are some of the policy initiatives that people are very
Count me down. Count me down. Of the Africa Prosperity Dialogues, and I do this on behalf of the chairman of the Africa Prosperity Network and the entire Africa Prosperity Dialogues team. We'll start off with a few messages from our partners and sponsors. May we have the videos, please? While we wait, I'd like to inform you all that we have translation services available. You'll have to use the devices that are placed on your seat. Channel 1 will give you English, and Channel 2 is for French. If I can try and speak to the francophones. Pour écouter le français, appuyez sur le numéro 2. Sur l'appareil. I hope I got that right. I'm speaking the French the best way I can. And so we'll have the videos now from our sponsors and our partners, and then we shall commence.
Recognizing Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2024's strategic, institutional, and knowledge partners. United Nations in Ghana, World Food Programme WFP, United Nations Development Programme UNDP, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa BADEA, Africa Business Council AFBC, Afrexim Bank, African Development Bank AFDB, United Nations Economic Commission on Africa ECA, Africa America Institute AAI, Africa Soft Power, Oxford Business Group OBG, Ghana Investment Promotion Center GIPC. Recognizing our lead sponsors: 3i Summit 2024, Planet One, KGL Group, MTN, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa BADEA, Ghana Maritime, Central Oil Refinery, Tetracor. Recognizing our sponsors. Recognizing our media partners.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and an honor to be here this morning as your MC. I'm Kweku Inshirado, and I work with Asasi Broadcasting Company, and this morning's session is live on Asasi 99.5 here in Accra. We're also live across the world at asasiradio.com. In Kumasi, we're on 98.5. Tamale, we're on Asasi 99.7. And in Cape Coast, we are also on Asasi 100.3. Now, day one showed us a glimpse of the task at hand, and today we will be witnessing even more passion and commitment to undertake what we all need to do to make Africa great again. Africa is on the cusp of taking her rightful place as the greatest continent, and together we all have responsibilities to make this dream a reality. The AFCFTA offers a great opportunity for us to achieve that greatness for us and for generations to come. Like the typical railway track, we're of many different parts, but we're one. We have different cultures, different competencies or comparative advantages, and all of these together will help us build a network of actors that carry the dreams and destinies of our continent. Ladies and gentlemen, with that said, I'm looking forward to today because we'll have another step towards that destiny. We will hear it all in the high-level sessions that will follow, and we will hear about how we need to leverage the critical enablers from finance to innovation, and all we need to do to ensure that the infrastructural ecosystem is in the right place to drive the growth and development we seek. Again, I welcome you to day 2 of the Africa Prosperity Dialogues. I would now ask for the video to be played on the Africa on the Move project. Now, this will tell us about the value-added production and the deepening of intra-African trade for economic transformation and prosperity.
Africa, wake up. This is your time. Let every clock chime. Africa without borders, without barriers to creativity and prosperity. Embrace it. Unleash it. Gone was the era when our resources fed the production lines of others, only for us to buy back at a higher price what we gave away cheaply. Gone should be this era where it is easier to travel through another continent to get to an AU member state. Away must be the system which makes it cheaper and faster to ship from Asia to Africa than from East to West Africa. We are ready to build the Africa we want, the Africa we deserve, and Africa we can. Rich as we have and rich we must be. Strongest in numbers, strongest in resources. Stronger now in working together for shared prosperity. The future is now. The Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2024 beckons us to the serene hills of Ebri, Ghana, where minds converge, ideas bloom, and destinies intertwine to transform Africa. That is why we are here, to think together, plan together, work together, to win and win for Africa together. We have the expertise. We can raise the money, build the roads, railways, factories, and digital platforms to produce what we consume and add value to what we export. Buy from the manufacturer in Casablanca without the dollar. The tech engineer from Kigali can work in Tunis from Banjul. The Abidjan businesswoman has a market of 1.4 billion people. The tourist from Lusaka needs no visa to trek Africa. Making calls across Africa with no roaming charges is possible. Doing mobile money across is doable too. Catch the train from Cairo to Joburg. Fly direct from Kinshasa to Kingston. Sell our crude to our refineries. Use our lands to feed our processing plants and mouths. The Africa we inherited should not be the Africa we pass on. This should be our pledge, our pact. Let's rewrite our story, restore dignity. Let the private sector own and drive the future that has been set by the African Union. A united Africa of countless opportunities and boundless possibilities. Together, we are delivering prosperity in Africa. Together, we will produce, add value, and trade. Together, we rise for the Africa we want, the Africa we deserve, and the Africa we can. The Africa Prosperity Network, in collaboration with the KGL Group, present the Imagine Project, transforming the continent. heart of Africa lies a transformative initiative being led by the Africa Prosperity Dialogues in capturing the essence of the African dream. It aspires to propel the continent towards prosperity through actionable policies and bankable projects, empowering Africa beyond aid. Imagine policies fostering raw material transformation within Africa, envisioning specialized regional production and manufacturing hubs, fueling our integration into global value chains. With 60% of the world's most fertile yet uncultivated soils, its future is boundless. The continent's agricultural output is anticipated to soar from $280 billion annually to a staggering $1 trillion by the year 2030. Picture Africa refining its resources, oil refineries in Nigeria, platinum in Zimbabwe, copper in Zambia, lithium in Ghana, coltan in the Democratic Republic of Congo, bauxite refineries in Guinea, leveraging industrial advancements to harness the potential of our natural resources effectively. Imagine an interconnected rail network, reducing logistics costs and promoting seamless travel across Africa. Imagine an advanced infrastructure propelling intra-Africa trade. The Imagine project emphasizes STEM education and interoperable systems, where roaming charges are a thing of the past and common payment platform facilitates transactions wherever you are. It envisions regional hubs for electrification, connecting landlocked countries to coastal areas through an African rail network. Picture Africa with its own financial governance, rating agencies, and continental stock exchanges, paving the way for self-sustained growth and reducing reliance on foreign investments. Imagine an Africa with seamless financial transactions, common mobile money platforms, and a unified banking system promoting financial inclusion across the continent. The Imagine project envisions policies supporting African manufacturers, democratizing central bank digital currencies for intra-African trade, and prioritizing access to open markets. Africa's renaissance is underway, a continent unlocking its vast potential across agriculture, mining, technology, oil and gas, industrialization, youth empowerment, and financial sectors. The Imagine project, a realistic vision charting Africa's journey towards a prosperous future. Let's unleash Africa's prosperity and shape the continent's destiny. Delivering prosperity in Africa, produce, add value, trade.
Another evidence that the vision is achievable. It is clear what we all need to do. And hopefully, throughout the day, the high-level sessions will show us how exactly we can achieve that. Kicking us off today for the first session, we will be hearing thoughts on how we can use critical enablers for single market success, leveraging infrastructure, innovation, and technology. And I'd like to call on the panel to take their seats now, after which I will invite over the context setter, and then we'll start. First up on the panel is a man I admire, a Ghanaian business and technology executive. He's currently the Chief Commercial Officer of the MTN Group and the former Chief Executive Officer of MTN Ghana. He has worked as a telecommunications business leader and a consultant in Africa, the Caribbean, UK, and the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, help me welcome Mr. Selom Adadivo. Our next panelist is a Kenyan-born U.S. entrepreneur who has made a name for himself through vast investments in Kenya. He's renowned for investing over $2 billion in Kenya to build a medical and a technology city. With a round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Julius Mwale. Our next panelist is Professor Khaled Dabees. He's of the AB Care Medical Technology in Egypt, a doctor of urology and sexual medicine consultant of sexual medicine and the prostate, urological oncology, and incontinence. He's the president of the Africa Gulf Society for Sexual Medicine, vice president of the International Society of Genital Surgery, member of the American Laser Institute, and a member of the American Urological Association, the European Association of Urology, International Society of Sexual Medicine, the World Association of Sexology. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Khaled Dabees. Our next panelist is the Group Chief Sustainability and Corporate Affairs Officer at MTN Group. Numpilo Moratho has a great wealth of experience and with over 20 years working in corporate affairs, country management, and sustainability across diverse sectors, including financial services, mining, oil and gas, and telecommunications. A round of applause as we welcome Numpilo. The next panelist is currently the digital transformation lead for Africa at Microsoft. She's held different roles at IBM. She has served as the executive director and regional head for IBM Northeast and West Africa. She's walked the walk, she's talked it, and she's risen through the ranks. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Angela Chermanting Jimo. At this point, I call on Alpha Ibrahim Sese, currently the Minister of Trade and Industry in Sierra Leone. He's coming from a very humble background, but has forged a remarkable career specializing in political science, economics, and public administration and management, garnering extensive experience in serving both local and international organizations. With a round of applause, please welcome Mr. Alpha Ibrahim Sese. Finally, I will call on the Group CEO of Ascend Digital Solutions Limited, a man with a strong sales, product, and business development expertise, over 20 years in the mobile communications and wireless industry, working with vendors, operators, and system integrators, focusing on network infrastructure, mobile devices, small cell solutions for 3G and 4G, mobile broadband LTE, mobile data optimization, and other wireless technologies. Please help me welcome Harpreet Singh. And I now call on the moderator for this session, Mr. Gerhard Menzer, who's a board member of the Africa Prosperity Network and a business leader with a strong understanding of the issues at hand. A round of applause for your moderator. It is time for the context to be set for this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Vice President, Private Sector, Infrastructure and Industrialization at the AFDB, Mr. Solomon Quaino.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I don't have to go through the whole list of excellencies. So let me just start off by saying good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day. So I've been asked to provide some context-setting comments on the theme of leveraging infrastructure, innovation, and technology in the context of digitalization. So the digital sector has been one of the success stories of Africa. 25 years ago, telephony involved a device usually plugged into a wall and to which only 2% of Africans had access. Now, we don't really talk about telephony at all. We're in a world of 4G and 5G networks, fiber to the home, always on internet, data, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, e-health or e-medtech, e-government, and e-education, just to name a very few of the transformations since the turn of the century. Almost half of all Africans have their own SIM card. 28% are accessing the internet. And we saw $832 billion of mobile money transactions in sub-Saharan Africa in 2022 alone. That isn't to say that all is right. We know that the underlying communications infrastructure is still not as broadly developed as we would want. But in major cities, the infrastructure is comparable to that found in other large cities elsewhere in the world. Then there's that other important fact or dynamic on our demography that I want to highlight before our panel discussion. About 70% of sub-Saharan Africans are under the age of 30. That 70%, approximately 780 million people, have all grown up during a period of rapid digitalization. So for them, technology is their norm, not like some of us old school. Everybody on the panel is quite young, so I think technology is also your norm, but for some of us, technology is still evolving for us. So we have two important elements to amplify innovation and to drive economic expansion. So that is, we have infrastructure, and also we have people. So how do we make the most of them? I would argue that we need to take these elements and construct an innovation ecosystem. Commonly, such a system may consist of really 4 building blocks, in terms of at least the model that I'm going to use to set the context. So first, there's the infrastructure itself, which I've already spoken about. As I indicated, Africa is in a good place, particularly with the new submarine cable capacity now coming on stream. For example, the Equiano cable alone has a design capacity of 144 terabytes. And when it is completed, the 2 Africa cable will have the potential to provide a further 180 terabytes. The second building block is the physical hub of innovation. For example, the African Development Bank is financing technology parks in Cabo Verde, Nigeria, and Senegal. These provide the buildings, the research centers, and access to infrastructure that the innovation requires, while also providing a venue for dynamic and continuous brainstorming amongst these youth entrepreneurs, and innovators. And this is an area that Selom and I, during some of our exercise walks in Accra, have actually discussed, so I look forward to him touching on that. The third building block is the need for access to academia and skills. Let us make the most of our youth by giving them the tools to succeed in innovation. The AFDB runs its own Coding for Employment program and is fast closing on its target to train over 230,000 coders. We've also financed the Carnegie Mellon ICT Center of Excellence in Kigali, and are working with partners such as Microsoft, represented by Vic Angela, who is one of our partners in a lot of our ventures in this area. And also, Google, Facebook, and MIT to extend the access to skills. The final building block is access to finance. So if we have the infrastructure, we have the skills and the facilities, now how do we ensure we can finance innovation? So this is about putting money into the seed, growth, and venture capital markets, which can be done through private capital And as we engage pre-seed, we could leverage public funds as well in a PPP type of structure to do it smartly. So the result is that African startups raised $6.4 billion in 2022. I mean, that's really astounding. However, this has dropped significantly in 2023 by about 46%, in line with expertise elsewhere in the world and for the global economic reasons about which we all know. But there's a desire to invest in innovation in Africa and put in place an ecosystem that can produce investment opportunities. So it's good to see Jumoke here because I will highlight two of the major things that we are doing as AFDB. In the context of Nigeria, we have a program called IDICE. It's a $620 million program that has been designed to actually seed venture capital funds, really focused on where youth entrepreneurs gravitate, primarily the creative industries, and also the tech and tech-enabled industries. And when we say tech-enabled, it's medtech, it's agtech, it's fintech. It's really using technology to enable the various businesses. We're in the process of really launching an innovation called the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank as AFDB. What we are saying is, let's stop the talk about empowering youth. Let's start to actually look at youth entrepreneurs as an investable asset class. So this is why we at AFDB are rolling out these youth entrepreneurship investment banks across Africa. Essentially, it has an early stage angel investment fund. It has a latter stage credit guarantee facility because a lot of youth companies are asset light. So when they start to grow and they need more money to grow, if you're looking for, if you're looking at this really as a standard banker, you're going to say, well, where's the asset for collateral? But what we're saying is we will provide really the guarantees to replace the need for assets. But we're also going to have a technical assistance, fund as well to really help with capacity building, things like governance, things like, preparing annual reports. In other words, preparing these youth entrepreneurs for third-party money. We're currently rolling it out to Nigeria, to Egypt, to South Africa. You may then say, well, maybe we're looking at just the big countries. No. In fact, the first country in which we launched this was Liberia, because we wanted to test this model in probably the least market in which you think about it. We're also going to roll it out to Ethiopia, and we've been having discussions with the Development Bank of Ghana to also do this, in Ghana. But overall, the 4-point model that I've outlined is simple. To be successful, the model must exist in the right environment. Nascent markets need to be encouraged, and governments must create the enabling conditions to inspire digital innovation. Policy has to be supportive, not restrictive. So consideration should be given to how regulatory sandboxes can be used to enable new services to be tested, as we see in some financial markets. Governments need to also take a leading role in the demand side and look to embrace innovation and creating a market for entrepreneurs. So for example, e-government services, should be embraced, which would be embraced in technology. Citizens portals, as we see in countries like Kenya, greatly simplify access to public services. Cloud policies need to be defined. Is it really necessary for all data storage and processing to be done in country? And I think, Vic Angela, you would probably talk about the various categorization of data to respond to this question. So I'm only meant to be, set in the context. I will let the moderator and the panel address the issues of how we harness innovation for economic expansion. What I hope I've put across, though, is that Africa is in a strong position, even if looking outside our windows, we may not always appreciate it. We have good digital infrastructure that should be particularly further expanded in rural areas. We have a committed youth population, And we also have developing innovation ecosystems. That nexus of youth and infrastructure cannot be replicated elsewhere easily in the rest of the world. It provides an opportunity for the continent to become a factory of innovation. But a factory needs customers, and we still have the challenge of technology adoption as we apply a strong focus on creating local solutions to local challenges. We have a great panel, as you've heard from Kwaku, which includes some of my own clients and partners, and I'm sure they will have many of the answers we need to ensure our continent's economic expansion through innovation. Thank you.
One, two, hello. All right, that's better. Okay, well, I have nothing useful to add to that context. Gerhard Menzer, your moderator.
Thank you very much, Intra. And thank you, Mr. Vice President, for setting the context for us. What I have to do now is to lead participants on a journey into the thoughts of panelists in order to see what is it that we need to do to accelerate what we've all been talking about for some time now, and that is a single market for Africa, and also to make Africa trade a lot more within the continent. But what is very, very clear and unequivocal is that Africa appears to be at an exciting convergence, a convergence of a dire need and an immense opportunity to connect everyone on the continent together, to give Africans a voice, to transform our continent, and to deliver prosperity. The scale of technology and infrastructure that must be built as enablers can be said to be unprecedented. This is one of the most important dialogues that Africa must be having. And this is what we are together doing today. Let me start with you, Selom, probably because I'm more familiar with you, the panelists. When we talk about technology infrastructure, Africa is said to be far behind. What do we need to do to move the continent from being a laggard to being a front runner? Before you answer, please, in answering the questions, try as much as possible not to go beyond 3 minutes for each question. And this is for all panelists. Mr. Adadivo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Gerhard, and good morning, everyone, and to my fellow panelists as well. So the question is, how does Africa move from being a laggard and taking more of a front row seat? So let me start with, repeating some of the points that Solomon made around the context and just where we are in terms of infrastructure. I'll start off with 3 things that I picked from Solomon's context, which is, what we need to get to the front of the line is really people skills and then how to finance and fund technology. But there's also an element around how we dictate our own solutions through research. And this is an area that I would like to touch on when we get a little bit further in the discussions, because this is really what countries like China and other countries in Asia have used over the last 20, 30 years to get to the point that they are today. Now, the state of Africa as far as infrastructure is concerned is extremely poor. We said we're a laggard, but we're really way behind. And I believe if you look at just basic statistics on penetration of internet and things like that, we're talking less than 50% of Africans have access to the internet. When it comes to high-speed broadband, we're talking somewhere between 15 and 20%. have high-speed broadband access. So we're way behind. The global averages are upwards of 40, 50% in some of these areas. And if you remove Africa from that average, it's even higher. So the problem is extreme. I believe the World Bank had an estimate of what's required for us to catch up on infrastructure alone in Africa by 2040 of about $1.7 trillion, of which the majority is in digital infrastructure. So call it $1 trillion in infrastructure funding over the next 15 or so years to catch up, which is a long time, but also a significant amount of funding that's required. So we have a lot of work to do, but I'll start off with something very simple, which is our mindset. And I say mindset because the chain of influencing infrastructure transformation starts off with how we ourselves believe in the journey that's required and what sacrifices we're willing to make to get Africa to turn around in terms of infrastructure. If we look at our educational system, trying to build a demand for technology, innovation, and solutions, I would actually start that journey with an investment in education and significantly transforming our education system and educational infrastructure towards a more digital one. We talk a lot about the power of our youth. I mean, Solomon gave the statistics, over 70% below the age of 25 or below the age of 20. I mean, that's a powerful tool. But if we invest in infrastructure without investing in the skills, then we will never seek to actually derive the benefit from that infrastructure to enable us to continue to invest in infrastructure. So investing in infrastructure alone is not the solution, but creating the demand so that we can actually leverage the infrastructure that we create so you have this symbiotic relationship. That's what would allow us to have the appetite and the sustainability in investing in infrastructure to get us to the front of the queue in terms of infrastructure. But the third one is this $1.7 trillion is estimated based on an importation of technology. So at some point, the economic variables cease to make sense because the more you import such technology, such skills from the West, for which you're trying to leapfrog, the lower your debt situation in the markets because you have to finance this through instruments financed by the same Western markets that you're trying to leapfrog. So how do you do this in a way that's sustainable? And that, to me, is really the question that needs to be answered. And until we start to create markets within our markets, we talk about a single market for Africa, until we start to create markets within our markets, it's impossible for this to be economically viable, to actually leapfrog from a financing standpoint. So creating the opportunities within our markets, relying on ourselves to find cheaper solutions to the problems we have, because we're developing appropriate solutions using technology locally. All of this goes back to the same point of how do we enable education, how do we enable skills, so our dependency outside of Africa is reduced significantly to give us a chance that when we invest in this infrastructure, we can continue to finance this in a sustainable manner to actually achieve the objectives of leapfrogging the other markets outside of Africa. It is indeed a very complex equation. A lot of things have to happen at the same time, but honestly, it all starts from the mindset to really think about the low-hanging fruit that allows us to promote trade, promote a single market view, enable technology, innovation from within, and also change our educational systems to drive demand and obviously the availability of skills to lower the cost of going down that journey. And for me, that would be the summary of my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Selom. Please feel free to applaud if you want to. And I come to you, Julius. Selom dwelt a lot on education, mindset change, but at the center of prosperity is also health. How can we leverage infrastructure, innovation, and technology to promote health in Africa?
Yeah, thank you.
And you're a big player when it comes to the health sector.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, the moderator and the audience. I see familiar faces, including Ambassador Amina Mohammed. I see her from my village in Kenya, so she's here from Kakamega. Thank you again, Africa Prosperity Network. My name is Julius Mwale. I'm the pioneer behind the $2 billion Mwale Medical and Technology City. It's a sustainable city, medical city built up in Western Kenya. It's built around a 5,000-bed hospital and green energy. You know, we have a 10-megawatt power plant already powering the city, and then we have an innovation park. And what we've seen for Africa is that Africa needs to be able to work together to open infrastructure. Yeah, we saw the demand, demand in healthcare, and we tried to come in, and we said we're going to solve healthcare, using, technology and innovation. Yeah, so we built this hospital as an anchor in Western Kenya, and then we adopted telehealth. Telehealth, which is the technology that will enable us to reach, masses of patients, all over the country and all over the continent. Now, we've invented this telehealth booth. It's like a kiosk, and it's installed in schools, around the country and around the continent. So when the patient comes into the telehealth booth, they are connected to the hospital, and then if they are covered with the National Hospital Insurance Fund, which is the government healthcare insurance company, they get treated without paying any co-pays. So our plan was achieving, free and universal healthcare in Africa using technology, and we have managed to achieve that in this county of 2 million people in Western Kenya, called Kakamega County. And so we've expanded these around Africa, around, agrotech, agriculture, healthcare, and green energy. And we talk of Africa in 2050 having 2.5 billion people from 1.4 billion people today. And we see ourselves as the engine that runs the world. We see ourselves, having these minerals that are running the renewables and the future of the world. Yeah, so if you look at, the Africa Development Bank and Afri-Exim Bank, I think we talk of the Africa Free Trade, area. Yeah, Africa Development Bank and Africa Exim Bank, they need to overhaul, the funding of these projects on the continent. Yeah, because I saw Africa Exim Bank has about $700 million now in their investment equity. I think we have to move that fund to over $20 billion, to be able to fund private sector and entrepreneurs to be able to do that. Yeah, so we've opened up assets. We have $50 billion in assets. We've opened in 13 countries in Africa. And we want to replicate what we've done in Kenya in the entire African continent. I have His Honorable Minister from Sierra Leone. We just were in Sierra Leone now. And we're moving in Sierra Leone to do a new capital city and then build a new steel value add from the iron ore, within the country there in Sierra Leone. So we see tremendous amount of opportunity in Africa, tremendous amount of progress in Africa, and we see ourselves in Africa leading the world, by 2050. Okay, thanks.
That's great, Julius. And that's where I come to Angela. There clearly is a nexus between innovation and the shift towards a technological economy that Africa is looking for. How do we get there?
Okay, sorry, I think you were done.
What is it that we need to do to ensure that innovation serves as an enabler to lead us towards that technological economy that we are looking for?
Thank you. That's a great question. And a lot has been said already, but I really want to focus on, in my work with Microsoft as the digital transformation lead for Africa, I work very closely with governments in setting their agenda for their digital transformation in the continent. And what is clearly missing in these conversations, so let me take a step back to the question about how do we use a technology to advance economic growth. Yeah, how are we using technology in a way that it's at the forefront of driving economic growth? We can't do that as a nation, as a continent, if we don't have the right framework in place. So when I work with governments in the different countries, the first thing we talk about is, do you have a digital transformation roadmap And Microsoft has a framework that we work with governments, which has 8 blocks that we look at, which starts from, do you have the right cloud policy? Do you have the right data classification? Do you have the right infrastructure in place? How are you attracting infrastructure for digital transformation in your country? It also talks about youth development. How are we developing the youth? Solomon made a comment about the youth that we have in Africa. Africa is one of the youngest populations. Salom made mention of that as well. And Salom talked about mindset. This digital transformation roadmap, if it's set well by the government, helps in driving the digital mindset of the nation. And that is what really helps to drive the economic growth using technology in different countries. Now, when we have the digital transformation roadmap in place, what do we then do to make sure that we are attracting the investments that we need on the continent? Salom made mention that we need about trillions of dollars to help advance infrastructure on the continent. There are lots of investments around. If you look at what the EU is doing, they have a global fund called the Global Gateway, which is committed 300 billion invested in infrastructure focusing on Africa. The question I ask most nations when we are talking to them about their digital transformation roadmap is, how are you positioning yourself to attract some of these investments in infrastructure to help you drive your digital transformation roadmap, build the infrastructure in the different countries? And when we talk to governments, we realize that the 3 main things that you as a nation have to do to strategically position yourself to attract those investments are never in place. One of the first things we look at when the EU, for instance, is looking at which of the countries they want to donate to or work with to advance infrastructure on the continent, they look at, do you have a clear roadmap on your digital transformation? That's the first thing. So companies like Microsoft, we can sit down with you and work with you on your digital roadmap, like I initially mentioned. And then they look at the reforms. Are you committed to the reforms? There are many reforms benchmarks that you can adhere to. The UN has the, I think it's called the e-government framework. The World Economic Forum has the ease of doing business. The World Economic Forum, ease of doing business, and then the World Bank also has the, I think it's called the Network Readiness Reformatory benchmark. So if a donor is looking to invest in a country, they would look at, 1, do you have the right framework, the digital framework in place? Do you have are you committed to reforms? Are you adhering to some of these benchmarks that I talked about? And also the third one is the right regulatory framework in the country. And most of the time, what I realize in my work is that most countries work on a framework, regulatory framework, but we don't liaise with other neighboring countries to ensure that that framework, that regulatory framework is being adhered to cross-border. If that is not happening, you can develop a framework that works just for your country, but guess what? You won't be able to transfer your skills, your technology, your infrastructure across border. So as we look at creating a one single market for Africa, we have to make sure that the different countries, the different governments are working together on the framework, making sure that they are connecting on the framework, making sure that whatever framework that they come up with in one country is transferable or is adhered to in another country. We are making sure that we are adhering to the reform benchmarks and also making sure that we have a digital roadmap in place. I think if we have these 3, if we even focus on these 3 aspects that I've spoken about, it will put us at the forefront of driving technology on the continent, using technology to drive economic growth on the continent. It's very important as we get into this space that we think about the regulations that we're coming up with, the technology that we are developing. Is it transferable across the continent? Very important for us to help drive economic growth in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. So you spoke about frameworks, you spoke about the regulatory regime. Honorable Minister, Sisi, are there any policy options or policy initiatives, Pan-African policy initiatives, that can unleash the innovativeness of the African, set him on the path to technology-oriented businesses and help accelerate trade within the continent?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. With 1.4 billion people, the sky is the limit, and we just have to. As governments, firstly, let me just start from where my colleague stopped. We have to ensure consistency in the regulatory framework at national and international. We are faced with those challenges many times. If we do not ensure that consistency, it becomes very difficult, because if you develop one policy in a country that is not consistent with what we have at regional level, or perhaps people fail to implement them, it becomes very difficult. A good example is we have the ECOWAS trade liberalization schemes that allow for the free movement of goods and services. Occasionally, in some countries, border patrols and customs refuse the movement of some of these goods to other countries. Another thing we can do is to improve on our education system. Let's change our curriculum. Let's spend a lot of funding on research and our curriculum. And that has to be contextual. Whatever we are doing, the context within the continent itself, and because we all come from different countries, whatever research we are undertaking, whatever curriculum, it has to be contextual. It should be able to serve the needs of our people. That's crucial. In addition, it's also important to make sure that we provide access to energy. Whatever we do, the digital transformation, as governments, as politicians, if we don't provide access to energy, it becomes very difficult for people to be full part of the process itself. I mean, for people to be finally included, to be financially inclusive in the entire process, they must have access to energy. And those who are largely left out are women. In the process, we have to be deliberate about how our MNEs operate to make sure we ensure gender equity. I mean, when it comes to access to finances, when it comes to doing business in Africa, because the informal sector is the largest sector in Africa and it's predominantly dominated by women. So we have to be very, very deliberate to make sure whatever policies we do together with the private sector, it's women and gender friendly. Also, we have other challenges that also transcends our borders. For example, let's take our customs and border patrols, our customs and duties. I mean, most of what we apply in different parts of the continent are still not automated systems. And wherever systems are not automated, they are not digitalized, it means we have a lot of bureaucracies. And where there are bureaucracies, it increases the cost of doing business. So as government, we must be very, very sensitive to that. We must automate system, we must reduce the cost of doing business, because other than that, it becomes very difficult again. And what happens is our cost of production has the tendency to increase. And if it increases, we find it difficult to compete with a lot of products that come from China and other parts of the Middle East. Finally, most of these policies cannot be defined again, as I said earlier, if we do not take a regional approach. Because the capacities in terms of the size of the economy varies from one country to another. And if we want to promote trade, it means those of us coming from smaller countries will have to leverage on our comparative advantage. So whatever we are doing, whatever policies we design, we must be able to make sure they are consistent across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. I come to you, Harpreet. When there is regulatory and other policy support for infrastructure build, for innovation, and for technology, these should also seek to protect customers and to promote ethical business, shouldn't they?
So I think definitely the policies are key to drive what we call Industry 4.0. And infrastructure is the major component and the underlying platform on which the innovation will sit. Okay. Now, I think what we need in Africa, my journey started in 2017, meeting His Excellency in Senegal, Macky Sall. And he gave us a challenge to put a cable landing station in Dakar. And when we looked into the proposition, even if you put like 100 gig, 100 terabytes of data, there was nothing existing in the country. There was no tributaries to distribute internet in Senegal. Same thing is happening across Africa. I traveled 39 countries. We did a whole study around creating the world's first digital pipeline, the biggest digital pipeline that can ever be dreamt of in Africa, connecting 39 countries in Africa with just a small amount of fiber. Like, if you want to go to Ghana, to Burkina Faso, you need 120 kilometers. You want to go to Abidjan, you need 80 kilometers. So once you start connecting all those national fibers that exist already, you build a digital Africa as a single market. Okay? Now, I think the main topic of today's discussion is about infrastructure, innovation, and what do we do with technology. The key thing is infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. And we need to create demand. There is no demand in Africa. If today you see there are 900 million or billion phones in Africa, only 250 million of those phones are 4G enabled. So there is no demand on data. How are you going to create that demand? It's through devices. Today, can Africa stand up and say, rather than saying we are going to eradicate malaria, we are going to eradicate polio, can they bring mobile internet in Africa by saying, we will have an Africa phone at the cost of sub $20, and we are willing to invest $20 billion in this, and you will see the demand happen. With that particular demand, you can create data centers, you can create innovations, you can create tools for all the youths that are 600 million in Africa, to give them the chance to create innovation, to create IP, to create patent, and challenge the West to bring the technology in Africa. That is what is needed to drive what we need to do to build industry, to build scale, and on top of that, bring hyperscale infrastructure, hyperscale innovation at a speed that is needed to transform Africa in 10 years. I grew up in India, and I was the first generation of guys who did electronics and communication back in 1994. There was one single dirt road that went from Delhi to Gurgaon on a bus which was just like in Ghana. 20, 30 years down the line, there are 12-lane highways. That small sector is generating 100 billion plus of economy. Why? Because at that time of level, all the youths in India got software, a soft economy, to build what we call as the largest creation of wealth, largest creation of movement of people from the social status, from lower income to middle income. Today, there are 500 million middle income families in India. And the whole software industry today sits at about $500 billion, generating 15 million jobs. In Africa, 15 million youths are getting into the job market. Only 3 million get the jobs. Today, we are putting money in infrastructure, in hard infrastructure. The guy who's a laborer sitting on the road, he might be getting $10 today. 10 years down the line, he might still get $10. If we create a software engineer today, he gets a $10. 10 years down the line, he will be creating space systems. He will be creating aeronautical systems. And his income will not be bloody $10. His income will be $100,000 that he will be earning. I think that is where the focus has to be. We need to build infrastructure, bring tools, devices in Africa, and get the system and the momentum to come along to create policies that drive Africa to a digital transformation.
Thank you very much. Nompilo, Hartreet was hard on the infrastructure. What has to be built? From where you sit in your role, having responsibility for countries in Africa, do you think, or how do you evaluate the requirement of a Pan-African legal regulatory regime that will support the infrastructure that Hartreet is talking about, and that will serve as an enabler for where we want to get to? What is your evaluation of these as enablers?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me on this panel. I think before we talk to regulatory frameworks, which has been covered, I just wanted to touch a bit from what MTN does in terms of infrastructure. I think we should actually congratulate our African leaders through Agenda 2063. They've been able to get investments into Africa to develop societies, etc. But what was very clear with COVID was that that's not enough if technology is not involved. So, for instance, the sector has contributed about 70 billion in terms of development and infrastructure in the continent, which has enabled about 85% of people to be connected. So I really wanted to support what you've just mentioned in terms of we could have anything in the continent, but if we're not able to enable people to be empowered through technology, we're not going to be able to succeed. So as a sector, particularly companies like MTN, which I work for, we talk about coverage, we talk about handsets. We need to enable all Africans to have a device on hand. At this point, devices are still very expensive for most Africans, which is something that we really need to be having conversations about in terms of what types of partnerships should we be getting into to drive smartphone penetration in the continent. We need to talk about affordability at a larger scale. Although people have handsets, they still cannot afford them. With COVID, we saw how many schools and how many children were at home just simply because they could not afford to get data, even if they did have a device for education to be accessible. So those things are important. But what I really wanted to advocate for, because I think Salom has mentioned a lot about MTN's frameworks, etc., is what African Development Bank said, Mr. Solomon, around skilling. MTN, we started a program we called MTN Skills Academy with Smart Africa at a time. And I'm happy to say we've launched in about 8 markets. We're in 17 markets in the continent. We've launched this program in 8. We've had a lot of lessons learned that basically with all the tools that the industry has provided, meaning your devices, coverage, and etc., young people that we talk about, that we have such a large youth population in the continent, are just not literate to use the devices that we're enabling them to access. So it's so important that we continue as an industry and together with other partners, because if we're talking about numbers like 10 billion needed for infrastructure in the continent by the World Bank, it means companies like MTN simply cannot do it alone. We need private equity investments. We need to go with PPEs to go into some type of partnerships to enable young people to really truly be empowered and access the tools that are available to them. So at MTN, we started this academy. We really are looking for partners. Solomon spoke a lot about the work that has been done in Ghana, particularly around innovation hubs, etc. But we cannot have one in Ghana. We need to look at how do we collectively enable the whole continent to be actually educated, because the part of the framework that I was talking about, the E, is education. How do we make sure that young people are not just consumers of the technology, but they're entrepreneurs? They know how to run their own businesses, and they can access jobs at the end of the day. Lastly, what I really wanted to talk about also was climate action. So I think the Honorable Minister spoke about energy. It's very important. In most markets where we are, you can have coverage, we have a lot of tools that we deploy, but there's no electricity. So we need to look at the issues of climate action, what it has done for our communities, what is the role of technology in climate action? How can we overcome? How can we partner with energy companies to make sure that there's some accessibility to renewable energy at this point in communities that don't have access to the grid? So those things are important, especially if we're going to talk about how do we enable infrastructure at a larger scale. Thank you.
Professor Davies, so a number of issues have been raised regarding the topic that we are discussing, infrastructure, innovation, and the need to also deploy a lot more technology in what we do. What is it that you think Africa needs to do in order to achieve universal digital access and also a Pan-African digital single market?
Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. I would like to talk about this part regarding the medical and health care industry sector. We have a very big gap in health sector in Africa, unfortunately. There is 6 million people dying every year from non-communicable disease. So this 6 million is like 650 person during 1 hour. So when this session ends, there is 650 life has gone. And we have to face this because diseases in Africa in the past, the colonies, Europe, United States, focused on communicable disease because it's cheap. You don't develop any infrastructure. You have a room, you have a doctor, examining couch, you take a sample, here is the disease, you get the medicine. So essentially, there is no infrastructure of health created by spending billions of dollars in the last 30 years over communicable disease. Now, if you look to the other infrastructure we need, Africa nuclear medicine almost doesn't exist. It's only present in 5 countries, North Africa, South Africa, and 2 countries are starting, Kenya and Tanzania. 45 countries, they cannot stage cancer. They cannot test cardiology. They cannot test for neurology. Radiotherapy, Africa need about 3,000 machines. They have only 400. 200 in Egypt and South Africa, 100 in North Africa, and 100 in the rest of Africa. We are missing almost 2,500, and this needs a lot of investment. Universal health insurance. In the United States, it costs $4,000 approximately, $4,300 exactly. In Europe, it costs $3,700. The lowest rate in the world is in India. India costs $1,200 per year. Why India could reach that? Because India manufactures more than 95% of its drugs, more than 95% of its medical consumable, more than 95% of its medical equipment. Africa is not. Africa is not exceeding 40% in pharmaceutical, not exceeding 25% in medical consumable, and almost we are less than 1% in medical equipment. The market for medical equipment per year is about 200 billion, and Africa has to sell its natural resources to buy this. So in order to change the picture, we have to manufacture medical equipment, we have to manufacture medical consumable, because this is our weak point. And in order to be able to do that, at Africa Business Council, we created 2 funds with the African Union in the ministerial meeting. Those 2 funds, one will be to develop healthcare facility around whole Africa, especially the needed country. We have 20 countries that doesn't have any kind of radiotherapy to treat cancer, 20 countries. And we have another fund to buy the technology. So what we think we should do, technology to develop it will take years, will take 100 years. To manufacture CT, for example, it will take us 100 years, and by that time, CT will not be in use. And reverse engineering like China did in some part, that's one part, but there is a lot of intellectual property. So we think the right route is to buy small company that own the IP and start from there. We don't have to reinvent the wheel and start from the early beginning. We can leapfrog and get small medical equipment company, buy it, transfer it to Africa, then expand manufacturing. So healthcare manufacturing fund is the target that we at Africa Business Council is targeting to change the paradigm of healthcare industry in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And then to you, Julius. We are still on the critical enablers that would help us exploit innovation, infrastructure, and technology for the prosperity of Africans, okay? The International Finance Corporation estimates that if Africa is able to enhance access to internet connectivity and build the related infrastructure, we could increase our GDP by $180 billion by 2025, next year. Are we there? Are we missing it?
Yeah, thank you again. So Africa has leapfrogged into technology. Specifically, I've had conversations where people say that we are lagging behind, we need to do more in technologies, but we have to look at where we're coming from. In Africa, for example, in Kenya, where I'm from, the internet penetration, and this is the latest government data, it's 83%. 83% of the population is the number one in Africa today. Yeah, Kenya leads in internet penetration. And this has grown into bringing digital businesses and what they call hustler, entrepreneurs into businesses. Remember, people in the villages, most of the people in the villages, 70% do farming, do small-scale farming. So they want to connect with the markets, in the cities. They usually, before, worked through, an intermediary, a middleman, to be able to do that. But, with having access to these apps, with having access to internet, you can leapfrog that and then, be able to access, the market, directly. And as a matter of fact, where I come from in Western Kenya, if you want to buy beer or you want to buy anything in a shop, you can't use cash. It won't be accepted. Yeah, there's this mobile money app called M-Pesa, by Vodafone. And, everyone, uses that to be able to transact, transactions. So, yeah, it's true that the expanding digital access, grows the economy and improve the GDP. And of course, in 2025, that's going to improve. And we've seen, the growth of that specifically in countries like Kenya and other countries in Africa where access to digitization and improved, access to digital, technologies has been able to transfer that. We've done the same, with our company, with our hospital. We have telehealth, and this telehealth, it's reaching the patients on their cell phones. We are reaching them on cell phones. We tell you, what your sugar level is for diabetes, by sending you a text message, and being able to direct you for your next appointment. And so digital access, expands, billions of dollars, 108 billion, that was the estimate by the IFC, and we've seen that growth, and that growth is going to expand even more. Lastly, agriculture. Agriculture is going to grow from $250 million of output, this year, and it's going to go to over $1 trillion by 2030. And most of these, again, it's being achieved by access, to digital, by the population, in Africa, by farmers, by people being able to access market, looking at various, commodities that are available, comparing prices, and then, being able to reach the market. So I basically kind of see us on the right path in Africa to be able to reach, that universal digital access by 2030.
Can we move to Angela? Angela, there are digital technology platforms like payment systems, e-commerce, big data, data-driven analytics, all of which can contribute to the 180 billion dividend that we are looking at. Where are we from your perspective?
So that's a great question. So the digital payment platforms are very vital for a single market, trading. And the platforms that we are currently using are being advanced with the use of artificial intelligence and some of the disruptive technologies that we do have. Now, the critical question we always ask when we are working with providers of the digital platforms is, how are you using the data to advance the single market trading that we want to advance in Africa? How are we making sure that the data that we are using is available for all to take advantage of it? Because when you look at how data is being stored in Africa at the moment, it's being stored in silos. When you go to government institutions, you realize that because cloud computing is not utilized, and because of the fear of how data can get into the wrong hands, you realize that most governments are saying, let's keep the data in-house and let's not make data accessible to all. Now, we cannot drive digital trade, we cannot drive innovation, we cannot drive digital transformation on the continent if data is not being made available to all to use. And how are we making sure that governments are able to allow other institutions within the organization to utilize the data for the advancement of innovation? Now, if we don't adapt cloud computing in Africa, it's really going to impede on the digital transformation roadmap that we've been talking about. We are making sure that we have all the right guardrails in place to ensure that the data that we are using for the innovation, it's well stored and well taken care of. So we are, data is, for me, is the new natural resource, and governments have to allow the use of data to advance economic growth. Also, if we are not able to put in place the right data classification, we will not be able to tell organizations which data you have to keep in-house and which data that you can export. Usually what we do is all systems of records can be kept in-house. Systems of records and then systems of engagement, the ones that you can, like your emails and stuff, that can be used, that can be exported, can be put on the cloud. We need this data to drive the innovation, to build on that, on AI. When we talk about AI, the backbone of all the digital transformation is on this digital transformation. So it is imperative that as we talk about a single market, as we talk about the digital transformation of the continent, data is not left out of the question. Data is the new natural resource. Governments have to put in place the right guardrails to ensure that data is made available for all. In the developed world, the platforms are all functioning very well because they have guardrails in place on how they use the data on these platforms. We have to do the same in Africa. Governments have to take the lead in ensuring that the data that we have is made available to all. We can use that to drive innovation, and that's the only way we can advance on some of the platforms, the payment platforms, and also the platform that we're using for a single market trading on the continent.
Thank you. Salom, you are in 18 or 17 countries in Africa? Let me pick on MTN for now. 17 countries. What are you doing within these 17 countries to accelerate the deployment of digital technologies for purposes of trade and for purposes of Africa's integration?
Okay. Do I still have 3 minutes? Because I'll need about an hour for that question. Anyway. So yes, we are in 17 markets in Africa, and the question is, what are we doing to facilitate trade and do everything? Let me start off with, the fundamental element of trade. And if we go back to our historical days where we used to trade using, cowrie and different things, right? So fundamentally, you need a currency to trade, and you need to exchange something to facilitate trade. And if I fast forward to today's world, we're talking about a payments ecosystem and your ability to facilitate trade. Now, when we think of a single market for Africa, one of the biggest opportunities we have is trade facilitation across borders, which would be our payment systems being able to enable payments across borders. Today, MTN exists in Nigeria, MTN exists in Ghana, but I can't make a transaction, I can't complete a transaction between my Nigeria mobile money wallet and my Ghana mobile money wallet because there is a barrier in between, which would be a regulatory barrier. So we can do a lot in the markets. What we're doing is we're saying, let's provide the platforms so that these transactions can be facilitated. But MTN on its own cannot complete the entire chain that's required for the transaction to be completed. Everything else has to fall in place. And this is what I mean by the mindset has to change. Because in other markets where we take regulatory frameworks from Europe, we take regulatory frameworks from the US or from other markets, all of these markets have advanced to pull down the barriers of trade across borders. But somehow in Africa, we insist on having these barriers exist, but at the same time have these ambitions to leapfrog what's happening in other markets that did what we should be doing 15, 20 years ago. So I don't know when the right time is for us to make some of these bold decisions that would allow us to facilitate trade amongst ourselves. The second thing, when we talked about infrastructure, we talked about, I mean, today we've sold our birthright completely. If I take all the payment systems and the payment companies that have had IPOs and have had big investors come in, talk about Flutterwave, talk about Paystack, all of these guys have taken a product and a service that was built within the continent and have sold it outside the continent because invariably the opportunity has not been appreciated by ourselves. So how do we take what we have, embrace what we have, and enable ourselves amongst us to leverage the power of what we have? And I think the minister talked about our comparative advantage. That's exactly what we need to do. This is what MTN is trying to facilitate. And we've invested significantly across the continent to build the basic platforms and infrastructure for these things to happen. I mean, if I take even Ghana, for example, today we're looking at a fiber infrastructure nationwide in need of about 30,000 kilometers of fiber. Today, MTN has close to 10,000 kilometers of fiber. But how do you bridge the gap between the 10,000 and the 30,000 that's required to have a fully digitalized country? And it takes a lot of investment, but it also takes a lot of will, regulatory will, political will, economic will, for all of these to come together, for the investment that MTN is putting in place to actually give us the outcomes and the results that are required. And I would end by saying, let's not continue to sell our birthright. That's a mindset shift that we require. But secondly, if we're really serious about creating innovation from within and expanding infrastructure, then our mindset towards investments into the country and into the continent also has to change significantly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll go to text. Sorry, I'll go to Honorable Minister. And so from Selom, it's about political will. It's about interoperable systems across continents. It's about partnerships. It's about collaboration. You sit at the center of these. How do we get there?
That's why I said we need a regional approach. Firstly, when it comes in terms of the infrastructure, the available facilities, we have a lot of inequalities across different countries. I mean, the strength of the infrastructure and facilities in Ghana is different from Sierra Leone and Guinea. So the first step is to make the collective effort to make sure we have equity across the region. Because otherwise, if I have the facility in Liberia, I have the infrastructure, but it does not exist in Ghana, it means we cannot trade, we cannot transfer, we cannot do anything. It becomes very difficult. So at the regional level, I mean, that's where the AFC FTA comes in, really, to identify where we have identified some of these problems. Some of them requires policy decisions at the highest level. So let's take them there at the highest level, discuss them, then make sure that we are able to execute them. You take things like energy, for example. We have a lot of opportunities for green energy now. So even at local community level, we are able to innovate and use green energy. that is available. You can talk to your different innovators. Then it becomes consistent with your community without doing anything that affects your environment or the climate and the like. In addition, as government, many times you have to be deliberate and identify your priorities. If, for example, we know that some of the platforms across the various across the continent are completely different. If we are sourcing funding from donors, we are sourcing funding from international partners, we should make sure that we negotiate this funding. We are very clear about how we want to implement them. I recall a few years back, we are negotiating with the World Bank for a digital transformation project. We are very deliberate about the policy objectives of this process. We are very deliberate. What we did was to make sure that, because we don't have, for example, a national interoperable system in Sierra Leone. So we are very deliberate to make sure we have one, and that it should be able to connect all those involved in financial transactions, MNEs, and the like. All of them should be involved in the process. Government was able to access those funds. We are currently implementing that. Again, in addition to all of this, as politicians, the primary responsibility is to make sure how you deliver some of these things to your populace, to your citizenry. So you must be objective, you must be honest, and you must make sure it happens by working closely with the private sector. You can't do this without the private sector. So we have to work closely with the private sector to design these policies to be able to effectively roll them out across the country and also across borders.
Prof, we are often told that we underestimate the power of the mobile device, not just in terms of its functional applications, but the impact that it will have on us. The World Bank estimates that an increase of about 10% in mobile device penetration could generate an extra 2.5 GDP for Africa. Why aren't we taking this serious?
Thank you again. I think the using of mobile and digital application will change the world. We are just at the beginning. There is a lot of company, for example, in the healthcare field that are streaming applications that can improve the supply chain. Supply chain is a lot of business, a lot of company, a lot of expense that need to be spent in order to move any goods from factory to final consumer. And I think we are in a revolution now of mobile application in order to increase to make the supply chain more efficient and save a lot of money of cost. So I think Africa is the way. Countries like Egypt, Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Tunisia, Morocco, all are having their new application, and I think it is on the rise. So it's just a matter of time. I think within 2 to 3 years more, everything will be digitized, and the mobile will be the driving device. Thank you.
Nompilo, you are a significant private sector operator. These dialogues, the Africa Prosperity Dialogues, are positioned as dialogues primarily between Africa's private sector and policymakers. Now, tell the policymakers here what you, as a significant private sector operator, expect when it comes to leveraging infrastructure, innovation, and also technology to fuel Africa's integration and to support trade on the continent.
Thank you. I'm going to try my best not to repeat what Salom said. But from our perspective, if we look, like we said, we're in a lot of markets out of 56 AU member states. So what we've learned is that the concept of social contracts becomes very important between private companies and governments. and policymakers. Because in all markets where we operate, every government has got a national development plan which clearly articulates the expectations of the government on the operator. So the operator, we do our best to meet the obligations that come with the country. We invest in spectrum, we invest in development, we invest in technology, we invest in infrastructure, like I mentioned. But for this to work, in our view, is that these two needs to work supported by what we call a policy compact. Because if we don't have predictable regulatory and policy frameworks that we work within for us to be able to enable what country X requires, that model kind of falls apart. So we need to really find each other in terms of what is really needed for people and for development of societies where we are, together with the policymakers and the governments where we operate. This is very important because, like Salom mentioned, in our view, this takes a lot of will. It takes political will. It takes also the deliberateness from the companies themselves and operators like MTN to do the best they can in companies to make sure that they don't only comply to regulatory frameworks, but they go over and beyond to make sure that connectivity is a reality for Africans.
Harkrate, and so our policies have not been right, even within the borders of our countries, not to talk about Pan-African policies. Our spectrum policies have not been very right. The high financial value placed on spectrum detracts from our efforts at universal access to digital platforms. Our policies regarding our market structures have not been right. Where do we go from here?
I think from an Africa perspective, it needs to take some learnings on what is happening globally. Like you see the country like India, back in 2002, they didn't auction any license. They just let mobile operators launch 2G, 3G license, and the regulator was open to do revenue sharing on the services and the revenues. Okay. Very recently, Japan did the same thing, and you have a new operator in Japan called Rakuten. And the fundamental challenge is not about the pricing of the spectrum. The fundamental challenge is that how do you bring universal digital access to the country? So as you start pricing the spectrum and it starts to go into the auction process, so the companies which have the large, deepest pocket, they try to hold their spectrum. And then they take a couple of years to launch the network because markets needs to be ready. The revenues needs to be there for them to justify the price of devices that come with the two new technologies of 4G and 5G. So if you see the whole roadmap of technology that has basically driven all the digital society around the globe is mobile. You know, it has brought a lot of changes to everyone in the world, right? It started with 2G. Even if you see 2G today, is 90-95% coverage. We came up with 3G. It is only about 65-70% coverage. You talk about 4G, worldwide, 45-50% coverage. 5G is the same. So as the technology is going up, we are increasing more and more spectrum. We are creating islands of this technology, okay? Now, once you need so much of infrastructure as the technology evolves, the spectrum pricing from a regulatory perspective has to go away, okay? It has to be a beauty contest. Let the people come in, build the infrastructure, build connectivity, and deliver services. The whole thing about a mobile operator holding up spectrum, mobile operator holding up infrastructure, has to move into a technology domain. So you see MTN, as Salom is on the panels, talking about being a technology company. You go to Etisalat, they change the whole branding to EAN, to be technology and a platform company. So the telco model has become an inverted pyramid. You know, the telcos have to take that drive to create that demand in the market because they have that access to the consumer to create. And they have access in the ears of the regulator and policymakers to make those changes at the level of ITU, okay, the World Radio Conference and all, to create a universal access. So now you see us, a company like us, SN Digital Solution, we are like a Ghanaian startup, you know. We started up with a vision of building up open access, digital infrastructure, country by country. And just in Ghana, as Salom was mentioning, like we need a huge amount of fiber infrastructure here. Just in last 1 year, we have added about 8,000 kilometers of fiber in Ghana. We are doing a program which is connecting 951 hospitals, includes hospitals, police stations, post offices across Ghana, and going deep into the areas where the infrastructure has never existed. These are the places, these are the bushes where nobody cares about. Okay? We have also been executing a program for rural telephony for the last 3 years now. And it is a program which was put forward, and I will give the whole credibility to the government and the Minister of Communication, that to take a plunge of a deep faith into one thing. If you bring internet to people, they will find the ways to use it. And I had gone to the same thing in India. When we brought internet to a mountain community, about 100 kilometers away using Google Free Space Optical Communications, the women there, after a month when we reached that mountain range, they were already going onto the YouTube to understand how to assemble transistors, the small radios. We have done the same thing in Ghana. There are 1.4 million people who are connected on the rural telephony network. Do you know how much of data traffic is there? It's 200 terabytes of data traffic as we currently speak. It is increasing by 10 to 15 terabytes every month without even increasing the number of subscribers on that infrastructure. And this is the infrastructure where the studies were done by the leading consultancy companies saying, people don't have a device, they don't have a skills, they don't have electricity, they will not be able to use this. So we just need to give them a 2G system. But we put a 3G, 4G infrastructure there. And today the same people connected today can find a device, can charge the device, and using internet without skills. And that whole infrastructure today is growing as we complete the whole thing by end of this year. But what I'm trying to say is that if you can bring a connectivity and internet, you bring the world to that single person. This is the place where people will climbing 30-meter trees, one fatality every month. One fatality every month. And this is the place where now the mobile is available, people are able to use 3G services, and they're consuming data. And that whole infrastructure that nobody thought will be commercially viable has become commercially viable. Now you can raise money and create bonds to create more infrastructure like this. So if the private sector can work with the public sector in a PPP model, with an open, transparent policy to build infrastructure access and connectivity, we will transform Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would want to say a quick appreciation to all the members of the panel for sharing their thoughts and insights with us. If the MC spares me, I don't know what is pushing him, but I can tell he wants us off. I would have requested for 2 interventions from the audience, but it is with you.
We're running behind time, so
Good,
I won't be able
thank
to do
you.
that this time.
Let me conclude by saying that we are optimistic about Africa rising. But the rising tide that Africa represents will not carry Africans along if we don't provide them with boats. Wanted are the boats, the enablers that would enable us as Africans either rise with the tide or ride the tide. I thank you for your participation, and I understand, MC. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerhard-Mensah, for expertly moderating this high-level panel. I'd like for you and your panelists to please move to the front and take your photograph. Gerhard-Mensah is currently a member of the board of APN, but he's had a sterling career holding top-level positions as head of corporate affairs for Vodafone Ghana. He's also worked with Tala Energy in the same capacity and Barclays Bank Ghana. A round of applause for the panel and the moderator. Evidently, there is a clear need for connectivity because we are experiencing a late delay, not a late delay, but a delay in the arrival of a minister from Rwanda, the Minister of Finance and Economic Planning. And that, I think, is one of the reasons why we need to expedite the interconnectivity of our continent. We'll be going into our next panel in a moment, and I will be introducing the panelist as well as the moderator. And the next panel will be also discussing critical enablers for single market success, and this time they'll be looking at strategic financing and investment in infrastructure. Yesterday in the energy panel, it was evident that if Africa is going to enjoy the potential benefits of a single market, we need deep energy. But that energy requires financing. And so the next panel will be helping us address exactly that. The session is being carried live on CT 97.3 FM and also on all the Asasi broadcasting platforms in Accra, Kumasi, Cape Coast, and Tamale, as well as on the internet. We'll now take some videos from our partners.
In the heart of Africa, a vision pulses with promise. From bustling markets to thriving cities, every corner of the continent holds immense potential. At MTN, we are committed to our role as an enabler, growing the economies we operate in by building resilience and bridging Africa's connectivity gap through broadband access, digital and financial inclusion, and socio-economic development. We continue to realize these goals under the guidance of our Ambition 2025 strategy, with non-stop growth and expansion of our platform businesses reaching inspiring new milestones, and our world-class GSM network continuing to lead the charge for 5G adoption in South Africa, Nigeria, and Zambia, with more countries in trials set to follow. Our belief that everyone deserves the benefits of a modern connected life also continues to drive our efforts for our fellow Africans. From our pledge to protect the planet by reaching net zero emissions by 2040, to our work to create empowered communities that leverage technology for inclusivity, learning, entrepreneurship, and a culture of growth that creates a ripple effect and elevates economies. We know that true progress is never achieved alone, and through our strong alliances and groundbreaking initiatives, MTN remains at the forefront of delivering digital solutions that drive the continent's development. And we're proud that as we work towards this vision, our efforts are noticed, with a recognition for our positive impact on society, the environment, and for excellence and innovation in procurement. On our journey to 2025 and beyond, we stand together. Together for our continent, together for its people, and together for a connected, sustainable, and prosperous future.
The inspiration behind Planet One Group is our philosophy, from imagination to impact. This principle drives us to continually innovate creatively and efficiently, thereby delivering solutions which positively impact the lives of people around the world. Planet One Group has made positive impacts on developing societies through our innovations in education, agriculture, energy, and natural resources, sectors which play pivotal roles in laying the foundation for the rapid growth and prosperity of nations. Today, we're proud to have delivered successful societal outcomes across North America, United Kingdom, Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Education. Planet One Education enables governments to bring nationwide transformation to their education systems. Its solutions provide a better future across the globe by implementing innovations for the entire education spectrum, from K-12 to employability and higher education. Our interventions address the key educative challenges through accessibility and inclusion, increasing capacity and enrollment, enhanced learning experience, improving employability by leveraging our holistic implementation model involving infrastructure development, technology-enabled teaching and learning solutions, new age content delivery, and competency-based training solutions. Agriculture. The ability to transform agriculture into a productive and thriving pillar of an economy is at the heart of our agriculture offering, which reinvigorates the entire agriculture value chain. Planet One helps governments create well-equipped, technologically advanced facilities that support many small and marginal farmers, improving their yields and incomes. By developing sustainable farm service centers, we empower these marginal farmers across the entire value chain of agriculture, training them in resilient production and processing techniques, providing access to modern agricultural mechanization, increasing coverage of storage facilities, empowering farmers with provision of processing facilities, and securing long-term offtake financing. Natural resources. Planet One Natural Resources is a global mining company focusing on future-enabling metals and minerals for a cleaner, greener world and to meet the everyday demands of billions of consumers. Engineering, procurement, and construction. Our EPC and Engineering Solutions business unit spearheads sustainable infrastructure development projects in various countries. Our highly experienced professional teams execute large infrastructure projects from ideation to commissioning on a turnkey basis with single-source responsibility. We take pride in our impeccable delivery track record with various governments worldwide.
Ladies and gentlemen, the project has been completed. It has been delivered. I'm happy to state that in spite of the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, Planet One Group has successfully completed the project on time.
Positive social impact and sustained growth are the heart of each project that Planet One undertakes.
Recognizing Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2024's strategic, institutional and knowledge partners. United Nations in Ghana, World Food Programme WFP, United Nations Development Programme UNDP, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa BADEA, Africa Business Council AFBC, Afrexim Bank, African Development Bank AFDB, United Nations Economic Commission on Africa ECA, Africa America Institute AAI, Africa Soft Power, Oxford Business Group OBG, Ghana Investment Promotion Center GIPC. Recognizing our lead sponsors, 3i Summit 2024, Planet One, KGL Group, MTN, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, Ghana Maritime, Central Oil Refinery, Tetracor. Recognizing our sponsors. Recognizing our media partners.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask that we resume our seats as we get ready to commence the next panel. We're still looking at critical enablers for single market success, and this time we'll be having a panel that will discuss strategic financing and investment in infrastructure. I'd like to call on the panelists and the moderator before we bring out the context setter to set the ball rolling. First up is Marufatu Abiola Bewa. She's CEO Africa for the United Bank of Africa, UBA. Ms. Bewa has had a remarkable career in banking, risen through the ranks, having worked as a relationship manager at CalBank. She's seen her work take her through the position of head of sales at Standard Chartered Bank and also regional lead for UBA, and now she heads the group at the Africa level. Let's welcome Ms. Abiola Bewa. Next up is Mr. Kofi Adomako. He's the Managing Director of Ghana or GCB Bank Limited, a role that he's been holding since November 2020. A strong background of banking and finance, and he's also worked in several positions, including Global Head of Project and Asset-Based Finance at the Afri-Exim Bank in Cairo. And he's also worked with the likes of Barclays, which is now ABSA, Ghana. Let's welcome Mr. John Kofi Adomako. Next up is Olumide Ogunforwa, and he's founding partner of Argentil Capital Partners. With over 26 years of economic and financial experience in the international and sub-Saharan African upstream, midstream, pipeline, transportation and power sectors. He's managed various oil and gas transactions, as well as midstream and power, in the excess of $4 billion. A man who certainly knows a thing or two about financing infrastructure. Let's give a round of applause as we welcome Mr. Olumide Ogunforwa. Our next panelist is an astute and seasoned banker with over 23 years of experience and a comprehensive understanding of doing business in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Gabriel Egal, who is the chairman of Oakwood Green Africa. We'll also be joined by Mr. Jean-Francois Lebahan. He's the Director General of Ericsson in Côte d'Ivoire. He's a man who has worked with interface with government, and he's implemented strategies and digital policies and legislation, and he's here to join the panel. And finally, we can now welcome our moderator. Mr. Benjamin Ofeado is the Head of Finance and Corporate Services Strategy at Asasi Broadcasting. Benjamin has over 8 years of experience in finance, audit, research, and executive training in Ghana and other African countries. He's worked with teams across Sierra Leone, the Gambia, Ghana, Liberia, among others. He's had experiences working with businesses in various sectors, including banking, construction, energy, fintech, telecoms, as well as the public sectors. And he was a lead researcher at PwC's flagship entertainment and media outlook, and served as the first coordinator of the PwC Liberia Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Benjamin Ofe-Addo. Now, we'll call on our context setter, and he's going to lay out the backdrop against which this conversation will be had. Dr. Sidi Ould Tah, who is president of Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. A round of applause for Dr. Tah.
Allow me at the outset to recognize the presence of His Excellency Joaquino Alberto Chissano, freedom fighter and former president of Mozambique. Welcome, Mr. President. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank the Africa Prosperity Network Chairman, Mr. Gabi, and his CEO, Mr. Njak, for inviting Badea to this important event. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about infrastructure in Africa is obviously talking about the financing gap of infrastructure in Africa. We have all heard about the 150 billion financing gap for infrastructure in Africa, and we heard also about the 1.7 trillion by 2040 gap to fund infrastructure in Africa. More recently, in the few past years, Africa has taken a very bold decision to launch the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And this decision, ipso facto, creates an additional gap for infrastructure in Africa, because if we were to move goods from an African country to another country, we need more road, better road, we need more port and better port, we need more railways and better railways, we need more airport and better airport, we need digital infrastructure, we need payment infrastructure, and I can continue, the list is quite long. And this has also an impact on basic services. We will need more water infrastructure, more energy, more health, more education, and more urban infrastructure. So one can really see the huge need of infrastructure in Africa. Now, this infrastructure needs to be funded. How can we fund all this infrastructure? Of course, 90% so far of the infrastructure is funded by governments, either through borrowing from capital market or from multilateral development bank or from tax generated income. But all these financing sources reached their limits. For instance, most of government are now reaching their limit in terms of debt GDP ratios or tax GDP ratios. So how to get more resources to fund this infrastructure? One of the main players in this area was always Multilateral Development Bank, MDBs. And we are proud at the Arab Bank for Economic Development for Africa, BADEA, to have been part of this journey over the past 50 years. And we are proud to have infrastructure as one of the four main pillars of our strategy, BADEA 2030, which is very much aligned with the the Agenda Africa 2063 of the African Union, but also the SDGs 2030 of the United Nations. So the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa has been part of the financing of more than 200 road projects across Africa to link rural areas to urban areas, but also to link landlocked countries to neighboring ports. We have been able over the past 50 years for each dollar from our own resources to bring $4 from our sister institution in the Arab Coordination Group. But that's not enough. We recently pledged with the Arab Coordination Group in Riyadh in last November 50 billion to support sustainable infrastructure in Africa, but that's not enough. There is a need for innovative ways of financing infrastructure across Africa. And I see many venues for innovating in this area. One of the areas of increasing flows to fund infrastructure in Africa is strengthening the capital base of regional banks. And we had recently a very successful experience with the West African Development Bank, BOAD, whereby the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, has brought $500 million to support the capital increase of BOAD through supporting over the 8 member countries to cover their share of capital increase through concessional loans, but also with an hybrid financing, an hybrid capital in the capital of BOAD. With the $500 million, we have been able to allow BOAD to raise a fund in the market. And so we have a 1 to 4 multiplier, which enable BOAD to fund more than what the resources we are providing will have just been able to allow it to do. So this is a call for all African countries to increase their participation in their regional development bank and to tap into the market, but also to bring multilateral development bank to fund this type of capital increase because of the multiplier effect it can have. There are many new initiatives. Recently, we have been also involved with the African Development Bank in the Infrastructural Acceleration Fund, which was launched by Africa 50. And we are really happy to see that many pension funds in the continent has contributed to this initiative, which is one of the innovation which will make it possible for the fund to provide more financing for infrastructure in the continent. Another new initiative is also Asia, the Africa Green Infrastructure Initiative, which has been launched by the African Development Bank, and BADEA also has been part of the contributor to these new initiatives. One of the main impediments which hamper the development of projects in Africa is the good preparation of the project to be bankable projects. And we at the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, we provide grants to enable countries to fund feasibility studies. But we are also working with other institutions, particularly with Afrexim Bank, for a facility which enables private sector operators to develop projects, to prepare the projects and to make them bankable, so that will facilitate bringing private sector fund and bringing institutional investors and others to join in the financing of this project. A new innovation is also the asset recycling. Asset recycling is a new way of financing infrastructure using existing infrastructure. So let's take one road, an existing road in the Ghana. So this can be considered as an asset, and the financier can come to refinance the existing asset, and the proceeds will be used to fund a new asset, a new road or a new bridge or a new port. A recent example is the bridge between Senegal and Gambia, and which has been refinanced through Africa 50 and some other financiers. So it is really critical for Africa to develop innovative ways of attracting private capital in the game, because it's obvious that public resources ODA, FDIs, MDB's financing will not be enough to bridge the gap. So it's only with the private sector we will be able to do it. And I'm very happy to see the excellent panel we have today, and I am sure they will shed the light on how the private sector can really contribute to bridging the gap of infrastructure in Africa, and what is required from us, from the government, from all the parties to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sidi Ould Tah. Evidently, on this journey, we might need a helix and some catalyst. Benjamin, your moderator, in the next 45 minutes, will show us how.
Thank you very much, Kweku, and thank you very much again for being here at the Africa Prosperity Dialogues. And from yesterday, a lot of the conversations that ensued were indicative of the fact that Africa has to deliberately so take over the commanding heights of its Pan-African economy. We need to add value. Yesterday we spoke about the agriculture and agribusiness sector. We also spoke about the logistics and then transportation being a very important enabler when it comes to our development, our prosperity, our ability to produce, add value, and also to trade. Let me just tell a quick story to set the tone for the conversation. So yesterday, I was contemplating what to wear today. I mean, for those of you who are not here in Ghana, typically on Fridays, we wear what we call the African wear. And having become custom, we tend to wear the kaftan. And so I was contemplating, should I wear a suit or I should wear kaftan? Then I decided to reverse engineer. What gets us to produce the suit or the kaftan? And I realized we go all the way back to it's either wool, it's either cotton, and all of that. And I realized here in Africa, for instance, we produce wool, we produce cotton, but then the fabric which eventually gets to be used to make the clothes that we wear are produced significantly in Asia. And so I thought about it and I was like, okay, my suit as I'm wearing today was made right here in Ghana in Jolu by a gentleman whose brand name is The Man. If I had worn kaftan, it would have been another guy who calls himself the official tailor. So my appearing African here really may be in the design, but not in the ownership of the production value chain. And so I asked myself, this middle space of value addition, which is the most significant, what is inhibiting us from controlling that space? And you realize that we lack the infrastructure. Why don't we have the infrastructure? We don't have the financing to support that infrastructure. So it got me thinking that we are talking about infrastructure. Just the previous panel spoke about the telecoms and IT infrastructure. But how do we bridge that gap so that we command the entire value chain? And that will bring me straight to a woman who is clad in something very African. The group CEO that is for UBA Africa, Marufatu. Ghana, for instance, we look at our debt to GDP ratio. It is not a thing that typically allows us to go into the international market. And over the period, that's been one of our sources of financing. Indeed, just last week, Ivory Coast has announced that they've gone back to the international markets going for about $2.6 billion US. I mean, and doing so at a rate somewhere within an 8% charge in dollar terms, and that's very expensive. What that clearly tells us, it is not sustainable for us as a continent to keep financing our significant infrastructure using that traditional form of financing. From where you do sit, and you've gone through Africa, I mean through Ghana all the way, sitting at the Africa level UBA, how do you as a bank, for instance, finance strategic infrastructure to ensure that this leapfrogging that we are seeking to achieve gets to actually happen?
Thank you. So, thank you so much. I think before I respond to you, I also want to use the opportunity to thank the organizers of this event. I remember when I came in and I sat down, I was looking at the various teams, and then I listened to those who were in, and I told myself that this is the beginning. We need to change our own narration, and I want to thank you, the organizers. We need to do more and more and more of this. I want to believe that if we do this yearly, definitely we'll be able to change our narrations. Now, coming back to the question that you asked, even in Ghana here, we have financed quite a number of projects. The first thing that we try to look at is to look at what we call the cash flow. How do we finance projects that can pay itself? So if we finance powers, infrastructure, you heard the last presenter talking about infrastructure, and we will not be moving if the infrastructures are not there. We can talk from here to tomorrow. If I produce and I don't have anywhere to, I'm not able to ship it out, I'm not able to get the electricity to add value, we are not going to move. We'll still be at the basic level. So infrastructure is very key. And across Africa, most of the infrastructure that we have financed, some are actually below the 8% that you mentioned. And the most important part is to sit down with that government and see how that project can finance itself. So if you talk about roads, I want to look, I did quite a number of roads across Africa where we have been able to tow that road to pay for itself. If you talk about power, we have been able to invest in power, even in Ghana, where the power company is able to pay from its own cash flow. So it's not always that it has to get into go into debt stock with the government. The project itself should be able to. So we can look at all those ones. We can also look at what we call the private partnership with the government.
The PPPs.
So, yes, we can look at that, where the individuals can take on a project, need support, and then we come in to invest in that. When you mentioned 8%, I think that the negotiation skill of the government will have to come to play. At the last convention that I attended, we realized that people whose GDPs are even worse than us in Africa are able to attract investment or debt at 3%. You talk about Colombia, you talk about even Brazil. So maybe that will be for people who are negotiating on our behalf in Africa, or work with the central banks to make sure that we get interest at that same 3%. Some are even borrowing more than that. And I want to believe that we need more engagement with government. There are quite a number of banks across Africa today that are regional based, that have assets big enough to be able to support the government of countries in Africa. I don't think it is all about going to foreign investment. No. There are quite a number of regional players that can come together and syndicate at a better rate. And I believe that with this kind of support, government, individuals will do well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marufatu. And Mr. Adomaku, before the seat you are in now, you were with the Afri-Exim Bank. You were a director and global head for asset-based financing. So financing infrastructure on the Africa continent is something which is very known to you. In terms of the inhibitions that make it difficult for regional banks like Afri-Exim Bank, like the Africa Bank, Development Bank, to be able to support properly certain cross-country infrastructure. For instance, we've been talking about the West Coast connection lines to aid trade across West Africa, for instance. In recent time, we've been talking about the Lagos-Abidjan route. It tends to become a difficulty finding financing to address some of these. I recall that somewhere in 2018, 2019, the government of Ghana had to convert on-lent loans to GRIDCO, which is a strategic asset owner and manager when it comes to our power sector, into equity, just so that GRIDCO can be eased to provide the proper kind of transmission network that we have here in the country. What is it that can be done? And listening to Dr. Sidi, he talks about the strength of regional banks to be able to support this kind of infrastructure development. What can be done to deal with those inhibitions you may have identified by these regional banks?
Thank you very much. And to the organizers again, thank you for inviting me. I'm very honored. And a Happy New Year to you all. But going straight to your point, you know, when we talk of infrastructure, financing of infrastructure, predominantly we are talking about project financing. Yes. The type of financing that goes into financing infrastructure is not commercial bank financing. It's project financing. Okay? So we need to understand that very clearly. And project financing could come in different forms. But for every project, there's going to be some amount of equity, there's going to be some amount of debt. We are a continent which is fraught with lack of equity. We lack equity. Okay? You have a project, you look at the project's statistics, and invariably, there is no equity. Secondly, the debt, the type of debt for project financing. We are building power plants in Africa. We are building railway. We are building hospitals. We are building airports and ports. These are projects that are long-term. So you need a certain type of financing. You cannot use a 5-year loan to want to build a power plant. You run into all kinds of problems. So first of all, I think the basic fundamentals, and we've spoken about this at many conferences. Okay, in my life in Afreximbank over a decade, we had many conferences on the continent. And I think, listening to the first panel, we really need to change our mindset. Because what we are going to discuss today, we know already. It's about implementing. It's about having that conviction and being deliberate about implementing what we know. If we want to finance infrastructure on the continent, obviously, governments cannot do it alone. Okay? So how else is it going to be done? We need to create an environment to attract capital. And there's a very simple one around. I'm surprised he's not here. Solomon of Ghana Investment Infrastructure Fund. Yeah. I mean, that's a wonderful structure that the government has put in place, deliberate capital assigned to that fund, and that fund goes out to leverage for additional capital to invest in projects. Okay? And until we begin to put some of these instruments in place, PPPs are good. I mean, obviously, there are different types. PPPs are good, but we must just make sure that we have the right investment framework, we have the right legal framework. Otherwise, attracting private capital into projects then becomes a big problem. Okay, so going back to talking about what a fund like GIF is doing. Government has put together about $350 million. GIF are leveraging on that, and they are attracting capital from DFIs. They are attracting capital from international funds to invest in roads, to invest in ports, to invest in tourism. Okay, we need to think about how we want to raise capital long term. Obviously, our economic and our macroeconomic fundamentals have to be solid. Because for me, capital moves like water. It goes where it's welcome. Okay? It will always find a slope to go. So we need to make sure that one, our entire macro is stable and the outlook is clear to investors. You talk about projects that go across countries, okay? Like what the Guineans were trying to do with the Liberians, moving bauxite out of Guinea. But all of these things require heavy rail. You can't do them by road. To create value out of bauxite, you need infrastructure, you need power. The question is, how are you going to attract the capital to put in those projects? Okay, and we all know what we have to do, which essentially is making sure that we have the right funding. To get the right funding, we need to make sure that our projects are very well structured. The projects prove that they can pay for themselves over a period of time. Using short-term commercial bank loans to do projects would only lead us back to where we always end up, with bad loans, projects not getting completed, projects overvalued, cost overruns. All those things will come up. We need to sit down and have a clear plan of how we want to finance our project. How are we using our DFIs, the Afro-Exim banks of the world, the AFDBs, the AFCs, the East African Trade Development Bank? How are we using them? They also must begin to take some risk in some of these projects. Lending to commercial banks, for commercial banks to invest in projects, is not the solution. Commercial banks are only looking for the short term. They will do the working capital, and they will look for the short term. If the commercial bank finances a project, they are looking to refinance it after 5 to 7 years. So some of our development banks have had years to raise more capital, and they should also begin to take risk, direct risk. I know the Afro-Exim Bank and the AFDB do take direct risk on projects, but I think they must get in even more deeper. And we also need to educate ourselves around the type of financing that we are embarking on. Government needs to get involved, investors, development partners need to get involved, and even project developers. We need to have a common agenda. Until we have that common agenda, until we have the right financing, we put the right governance in place, it's always going to be a problem. The macroeconomic environment also has to be one that is predictable and stable. If I'm investing in a project for 15 years, then my cash flows, as I discount my cash flow, I want to have a clear view of what I'm looking for. So project financing has been around for a long time, not as simple as we all think it is, but if we want to develop the continent to take advantage of the AFCFTA Pact, then infrastructure is very key. Yes. Then funding that infrastructure becomes key. And we need to have a bit more deliberate about how we plan to raise, as AFDB say, I think we have a gap of over $150 billion. And it's growing. And so we have some real challenge ahead. But I want to believe we have the skill, we have the people who understand what we have to do. We have the resources as African countries. What is lacking is a conviction and deliberate action around establishing things like GIF, really stabilizing our economies so we can look down the whole long term and attracting the right type of capital. Kind of capital. Africa has all that is required. If we get the fundamentals right, capital will definitely come.
And this word fundamentals has been quite common, at least on the Ghana platform or the Ghana level, getting the fundamentals right. Because if the fundamentals are not right, everything else becomes a challenge. And Olumide, you have worked especially in the energy sector, and significantly so, both in petroleum and power, and currently with Argenteo. You hear Mr. Adumako talk about the kind of financing and the fact that here on the continent, equity should be more the focus as opposed to debt. Unfortunately, we don't have enough equity. How do we practically build the necessary equity? Because talking about negotiations, as Marifatu was talking about, if you don't have strong equity, you are weakened around the negotiation table. So you are likely to be taking certain prices for certain instruments that you know whether long-term, short-term, is not going to be in your favor. How do we practically build the necessary equity on the continent?
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks to the conference organizers and all their partners. I will just want to build upon what he has said. Without the equity, it's going to be very challenging. And I think that when we look at equity, sometimes we just think about equity at the project level. Actually, the problem starts at the conception of the idea. So what do I mean by this? If you look at the development of projects, probably about 80-90% of these projects actually die before the feasibility or market study stage. Why? When you look at infrastructure projects, for you to actually pursue it up to the point where you are taking final investment decision or a financial close, you're probably going to be spending about $10 to $20 million. You know, and this can take about 5 to 6 to 7 years for you to get from A to B. Now, no matter how successful the businesses are or the promoters are, it is extremely challenging. As we all know, our income levels, our cash reserves in Africa is really low. That's just our reality. We are moving forward from there. So where do you then get $15 to $20 million over a 5 to 7 year period? Most entrepreneurs in Africa, you will be lucky if they are able to put $2 to $3 million into this project. This is not to even belittle them. It is our reality. As far as I'm concerned, for you to actually even have $1 million to put into a project in Africa, it's as if you've put $10 million in, because that is the amount of work and energy. Everybody knows how long it takes to sweat and get this money. So that one is there. So what can government do? I believe that we can optimize and replicate what the strengths and the value that the DFIs have taken. Now, I would just say that this should be done in a different slant or to expand the current slant. So what do I mean by that? We need to be deliberate about financing institutions that can come in at the early stage. Seed capital, venture capital. Okay? Now, out of this, some of this will fail, but it's okay. So we need to be able to, as an example, create multiple DFIs that target specific sectors. As we're all aware, as an example, Afrexim Bank is looking at creating the African Energy Bank in collaboration with Apple. We need to be able to have 5 to 6 or 7 of these type of institutions that are essentially development finance institutions to cover other elements of it. It could be information technology, it could be railroads, it could be social infrastructure like education, but these entities would have the mandate to actually invest early on in the system. And as my brother has mentioned here, as they grow along and build, get involved with these projects at the early stage, they can then couple that with what the promoters are bringing in, so that by the time they invest 10 to 20 million, you are actually able to get that project to a more bankable state. Now, not all of them are going to succeed, but that is the nature of the game. And I believe that when you leverage the multiplier effects of DFIs, as he mentioned, and I'll just maybe use an example. You see this with $1 billion. $20 million on average, roughly, by African governments. Okay? So that's 20 million from each government or from each country. That is doable. They take that 1 billion. They probably lever it up, say maybe 2 times to be conservative. That's $2 billion. Now, out of this $2 billion, they then invest in companies on the average of, say, maybe another $20 million. All of a sudden, these projects, you can then fund probably about 100 projects. Now, on average, the big infrastructure projects will be anywhere from $1 billion to $2 billion. So let's just say $1 billion to be conservative. All of a sudden, you are able to capitalize and catalyze projects that could end up being about 200 billion worth. Now, there's an important thing that we have to understand about DFIs. They de-risk these projects. They also they are very important capital bridges to the international community. The first thing that an offshore financier looks at is, who is investing in you locally? When your local DFI has invested in you, and it could be a sovereign wealth fund, it could be any of these other structures, they get a certain level of comfort. Because those guys too, they are quite professional, they are really good at what they do, and they de-risk it. So I feel that if we can embark on this sort of, be very deliberate about it. So just to give an example, Afrexim was created, I mean, you are an Afrexim folk here, it was created with less than $1.5 billion 30 years ago. And today, if you go and look at the asset base, it's incredible what they've done. And I think literally today, there cannot be any conversation about infrastructure in Africa today without Afrexim. So that's just an example. Obviously, there are other DFIs. So I think we just need to be deliberate. We cannot look at having non-Africans come in and seed our projects. If they come, is great, but what is in our own control? Let us do that first. And I think that tide will continue to grow and give the opportunity to get us to our endpoint. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olumide. And I think it's very instructive how you go from the aggregation of capital from the various member states and how that also sits vis-a-vis a bank like Afrexim, which is a DFI on the continent. A lot of people probably may not have thought around every member state contributing about $20 million to do that kind of aggregation in building equity. Gabi, you've listened to all three submissions so far. There's a certain significant direction on the DFIs. You heard Dr. Ta also talk about the fact that the regional banks will be very instrumental in mobilizing capital to finance some of these things. But in all of this, there's also been the PPP conversation, which was also hinted on by Marufatu. One of the challenges of the PPP has been the kinds of onerous contracts that governments have signed. Typically, Ghana, for instance, we have challenges in our power sector because of certain power purchase agreements that we've signed. How do we approach the PPP conversation in such a way that consistently the African continent, the countries, are not getting the shorter end of the stick?
Thank you, my brother. Very good moderator. Let me thank the organizers as everyone else has done. Gabi Senior, my brother, well done for this. When you started, we were wondering how it was going, but look at this now, very successful, well done. These Africa Prosperity Dialogues must continue, but it must go beyond dialogues, must go to implementation. I don't think we have a problem with the funding structures. They exist, and we know them. The problem is that they have not even been well utilized. So you have the PPP structure that has been spoken about, whether it's build, operate, transfer, build, own, operate, transfer, whether it is the EPC contract plus finance, all those things exist. The question really is, and I've always thought about this, we know the total deficit, and we have very well established DFIs, multilateral organizations, set up by the Africa Union. So you'll find that ADB has a balance sheet running to almost $70 billion. Afrexim Bank has a balance sheet running to about $40 billion. And then you have, AFC, Africa 50, ABID, each one of them setting up small funds. I've always wondered, what would it be like if all of those entities collaborate to set up one infrastructure fund for Africa. They have the skill, they have the capacity, they have been funding this thing since, because one of the things that is lacking sometimes in the countries is the skills to even put these projects together. If we can leverage the balance sheets of all these DF multilateral organizations together, alongside the local DFIs that have been set up by each of the countries, how much money do you think they can raise? How much is the infrastructure deficit? But it now has to be almost like, because when you do this thing in silos, bilateral arrangements, it takes long and it's scattered and it's not, whatever. So I like your idea of that contribution. So you have this body, we look at all of the infrastructure deficits, we get the professionals, whether it's in power, it's in this, we raise the financing because we're all AAA rated companies in those multilaterals, and we can actually solve the infrastructure problems in Africa. But one key thing remains. Those transactions or that infrastructure must be commercially viable. Goods and people must move. Otherwise, what is the point building the bridge? What is the point building the road? Who is going to pass it? And what makes people ply those roads, those bridges, those waterways? Trade. So the underlying fundamental is trade. If we can get trade moving, then the infrastructure becomes viable. So it's not the funding structures, they are available. We can even just copy and paste, It is the fact that we need to make it viable. So which means, therefore, the countries must be looking at how to make themselves more, increase economic activity and productivity with those countries. Okay? So trade is key. And that's why when you mention Afreximbank, it's very interesting. Because if you look at trade, we're talking about trade and trade enabling infrastructure. So first of all, what do I have that my neighbor needs? So I have granules. My neighbor doesn't have granules. Let us set up the granite factories here. So in terms of creating that productive capacity, I'm also watching Afrexim and what they are doing with companies like Arise, okay? Creating industrial parks where people can now have that manufacturing base and produce more, okay? So it's very important that those infrastructure projects have to look at the commercial viability, which looks at the productive capacity. And one area we always look at is very funny, that I always say that if I doubt it, become a president of a country, I will be the president of agriculture.
Yeah.
Every other thing I will give to everybody else to handle. The solution to Africa's problems is under our feet. Everything is under our feet. We are so blessed. How do we do it? So when we're talking about infrastructure or funding, if I will do a geophysical survey of my resources. We say, Ghana has gold, this one has bauxite, something, you understand? We have not tapped the surface of those things. I know some of these deals are going on, but in resource-based financing, I have the resource, you need it, I want infrastructure, you give it to me. That is very possible to do. Then I'm speaking about agric because we cannot leave out the major population that we have, the SMEs. And that is the greatest contributor to GDP. Those SMEs produce. You will go to these countries, you see, I'm producing cashew nuts, I'm producing soya beans, I'm producing this. These are the things that can create the production, okay, for us to move. Food sufficiency. So today, we're importing chicken from wherever, we're importing whatever from. It's very funny. If you are able to, but again, how do I know what my neighbor is producing to be able to buy from them? What are the logistics constraints for me to even be able to move it from here to here. That's why I love, again, what some of these institutions are doing. Do we even know what Afrexim Bank is doing? Do we even know what AFTA can do? So they've set up, you know, one of the challenges, and I heard one of my co-panelists say this, is payments. So I move good from here to my neighbor, but then I have to pay in dollars. Meanwhile, there's the Pan-African payment settlement system that can enable you pay in local currency. How many of us know about that? How many of us are going to our banks to say, no, I want to pay in local currency? So the private sector has a lot to do. Whether Afrexim Bank, ADB, AFC, they have their nice offices wherever they are. What is the private sector doing to ensure that all of these initiatives are actually being implemented? Look at the regulators. As far back as I know, you put regulation that I cannot transfer money from one to the other. I have to, because two things you say. I need to protect my dollar reserves, or there's money laundering. Do I need dollar reserves to trade with my brother in Burkina Faso? Do I need dollar reserves for Cote d'Ivoire to trade with Nigeria? So why do we need that? Why do we restrict the movement of current and capital flows across Africa? Why don't we remove that? Once payments, you know, people follow money. Once payments can move, even if it is just current account flows, you say people are going to launder money. Is it not okay if they launder money from one African country to the other and it stays within Africa? If you like, steal money wherever, but let it be within Africa to develop ourselves. The money will go out anyway. So that regulation restricting movement of flows between countries, I think is so archaic. Before the euro became euro, there was free flow of those currencies across the border. So it means I will move my goods to you and I can pay you easily. Now you tell me I only $10,000 to move from Nigeria to Ghana. When every day people are carrying cash across the border. Risk. So some of those things are things that have to be done. So when I say this, I would like the Africa Prosperity Dialogue to put it there as an action so that you tell the central banks to review that and remove that. I heard the MTN guy say that, you know, all these fintech companies, you want to pay school fees, you will convert it to dollar, you transfer it there and then it moves. When you can pay the school fees in local currency. Now let me talk a bit about the private sector participation.
I'll come back to you on that.
There's so much
There's
to
so
say.
much I can tell. There's so much you have to say. Yes, we can give it a point. And you know, any conversation on finance gets heated because, I mean, it's very much the blood of everything that we do around here. Jean-Francois, you operate in Ivory Coast. You work with an enabling institution like Ericsson. And he was just about going to what private sector can do a lot more. How can we get a lot more private sector participation? Because so far the submissions have been heavy on the nations and then the multilaterals and you know all of these DFIs. How do we deliberately get the private sector in a lot more? Because again, when they are investing, they are looking at commercial gains. They are not that patient to be venture capitalists. How do we practically get the private sector's involvement a lot more in financing some of these developmental projects, be it at a cross-country level, at a country level, or at a certain industry level as seen as strategic within a particular country?
Thank you very much for the question. But I'd like to take you back to your introductions, and you mentioned garments.
Yes,
I think
garments, yeah.
I was very upset when I was packing in Abidjan to come to Accra. I wanted to wear my kaftan.
You wanted to wear your kaftan
After
too?
10 years on the continent, I only recently turned to kaftans, and I have to thank my brother Seni, who is in the room, who gifted one from Dakar to me, and this is where the transition started. But I heard a lot of frustration when you say those garments, we need to export the raw material and it's re-imported. And then I regretted I didn't take my sneakers. They're from the brand Pan Africa. They're manufactured in Morocco with organic cotton from Burkina Faso. So I think there are weak signals that things are changing. And we have also a fellow panelist mentioning the corridor from Abidjan to Lagos. Yeah. A new segment had just been inaugurated, and there is only 100 more kilometers to do until we reach the border of Ghana. So I think things are moving in the right direction. But you're right. Ericsson is a Swedish company. It was founded in 1875. It was an SME at the time by Lars Magnus Ericsson and his wife Hilda. And it came very early in Africa, just before the turn of the century. Today, if you remove China, Ericsson is the largest mobile network equipment vendor. But competition is fierce, it's a very consolidated market, and we work with mobile network operators. So we want to sell them kits to upgrade their networks, extend the networks, and usually cost several tens of millions to several hundreds of millions. So the question of financing those investments is really key. And vendors try to bring solutions to their customers, be it guarantees on the investment, could be loans. So the role of private lenders and DFIs is very important, especially here on our continent. Private investors will primarily look at risk first. And what they see political, regulatory risk, they see forex export risk, they see tax risk. And it's true, this is an industry that has been a bit plagued by excise duties that have been put on internet access, on mobile money, and that creates a lot of uncertainty. So I think it also hurts the most vulnerables, and it slows down the digital transformation power of financial inclusion, for example. So I think what is important is the trend that we've been seeing is blended finance. Risk nobody wants to take it all on its own, and I think DFIs, private sector financiers appreciate where they can come together. And you will see DFIs, they come as a group. So it's much easier to convince another DFI to join when there is already two sitting on the table. And same for private debt. So I think here, this is what I heard also from other fellow panelists. It is important to share that risk and having that knowledge of the sector and coming together, because those are huge tickets. And DFIs like big tickets. Because then, you don't have to chase many small investments. Nevertheless, I think it is important to have smaller tickets, because sometimes a mobile network operator wants to, just renew their data center, and that's going to be only a few millions. And I think here there is a bit of a pocket of opportunity that hasn't been fully addressed by DFIs. I think it's easier to do with private debt and loans. I think coming together, understanding, and you mentioned also mobile money. I think that's very important. Mobile money uptake will really transform the continent, and the infrastructure supporting mobile money will grow in order to take down. And I think a few DFIs have focused on this, and that's a good thing. But when we're talking about innovation, and probably the frontier today is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence relies on a lot of data. To move a lot of data, you need to have big pipes. Today, the biggest pipes we have usually is 4G. 3G, now it's too small of a pipe to move the data. And we're discussing 5G. 5G tends to be pretty much the same size of a pipe than fiber optics, like the FTTH you could have at home. And we see sometimes some regulatory obstacles, like some licensing can be only mobile, and mobile technology like fixed wireless access would not be able to be operated by MNO because that requires a fixed license. So I think just to bond into the same directions, regulatory barriers are there. Usually we work with slightly outdated regulatory frameworks. They need to be really ease up for investment to crowd in. Blending finance is also a way to accelerate that crowding in momentum. And yes, those investment infrastructure, today pretty much 70% of the population in Africa has access to a mobile broadband signal. But guess what? Only 45% uses it. So it means that there are base stations in rural areas that are losing money. And that's really sad. So it means using more data, using more financial services, and it comes back to the roads. You mean there is more trade, there is more use of the infrastructure. So when we look at the case, the investment case, I think sustainability of the investment is okay. It's how quick you can reach that payback moment. It's about monetization of the investment. And here, I think being able to ease up a little bit some of the regulatory hurdles and fiscal uncertainty is important. So I think I will conclude on this point.
Thank you very much, Jean-Francois. Just to do a quick wrap of the submission so far, and you would have heard Marufatu speaking about PPPs as very integral in getting us to move to where we want to get to. Mr. Adumaku was heavy about the fact that the solutions are present and known. What we need to do is actually to do, and then there has to be a certain clear commitment by the various states as well as the multilaterals to get this properly so addressed. It is possible, in essence. And you heard Olumide talk about aggregation, crowdfunding from the various member states, and how we can better leverage that when we have crowdsourced our funding. Gabi very passionately requires a lot more aggregation of even the multilaterals so that we can have it a bigger one with a stronger position to engage with the rest of the continent. And definitely the trade and movement inhibitions, he requires that those be removed, because then it makes a better commercial case for a financier, knowing that once the products and people are moving, then there's opportunity for returns to be made on that financing and that is being provided. Jean-Francois, clearly, blended financing, it helps to de-risk the portfolio and makes it easier for private sector to be a lot more involved. Beautiful submissions. Still coming back to the private, and this we have looked at a very high level, at a continental level. Going back to my preamble from the beginning. So for instance, we identify that a lot of the elements that go into garments, food, produced here on the continent, the primary products, the intermediary activity of adding value is sitting elsewhere, and then they will give us a sense of, oh, we are doing the final lap. So they will send us the semi-finished so that we can use it as a final lap, which we think we are making some strides in that regard. I want us to deal a lot more with looking at certain specific industries that we have competitive advantage. For instance, garments, for instance, food. And I was doing a little reading just yesterday, sitting in the audience. China is the highest exporter of fabric, clothing, garment elements. They produce the most. In fact, they are the highest producer of cotton, China. Meanwhile, when you take the top 5 importers of cotton again, China is sitting in there. What that should tell you is they have strength in the middle parts of value addition. But then when it comes to export of cotton, top 10, China is not part. So they are not exporting raw material. We may not have the infrastructure to do the value addition in the middle, but we can find the capital to acquire that infrastructure to take over the value addition belt. Marufatu, how do we practically do this? I mean, can we do some targeting? And this is a question that goes around briefly because our time is almost up.
You know, Gabi made mention of something, and I will want to plead with Senior Gabi to, I'm being very careful because, you know, I'm a very regulated institution, but this conversation or this cycle will not close without having a session like this for all the central banks in Africa. It will not. If you like, sit from here till tomorrow. Yes, he's here, but I'm talking to everybody. All the central banks. The reason why I said that is that money, they said, follows, you said people follow
People
money.
follow the money.
If you will produce today, if I produce cocoa raw and I want to export to Burkina Faso, I heard one of them saying that you don't need a reserve to export. You need it. I did a product for people to be able to ship from Ghana to Burkina Faso specifically. And I said, you don't need to buy from Ghana with your foreign, you don't need to buy from Ghana with foreign currency.
Currency, yeah.
If you want to pay the Ghanaian exporter, this is I think those who make plastics, buckets and things.
Yes.
I said, look, we have UBA in Burkina Faso, we have UBA in Ghana. Pay with your currency, your local CFA. I was sanctioned. They insisted that to buy plastic in Ghana, you first need to convert a CFA into euro. And then before you now convert, UBA will now think of how to bring it into their nostril to come and pay the Ghana producer. So I think that if we can have this kind of conversations with our regulators to see how, I think the commercial banks, for me, as far as I'm concerned, where I see it, we are ready to support. I think the developmental regional banks are also ready. We've all heard of AFCA and PAPS and the rest. It's not going to happen. The essence of AFCA is to add value, is to support the value added services. But I'm not seeing the traction. Just last week, I summoned all the CEOs in Africa. I said, look, we have a product paper. I've managed to convert. It's no longer a long loan where you need legal mortgage and you need to bring your dad and mom. No. Now it has been broken down into shelf products. So you walk in, I'm adding value to this. I want 200,000. I don't have collateral. We've also gotten quite a number of people who are going to de-risk it. So we have a whole lot of, so it is ready. But we are not getting the people to fly. I thought there was going to be queue, but I'm not getting that queue. And in interacting with people, the issue there was payments. How do I get paid? How do I transport it? So I think that once the infrastructures are in place and the payment system is solved, trade across Africa will be outstanding. And once that is done, all the other issues that we've been talking about since morning, then it means that I'm going to get cheap deposit in the bank. Then it means that my cost of funds is going to be low. Then it means that I'm going to be able to project the kind of funds I'm giving you. Because if you come to me and you ask for 10 years funds, I need to be sure that within that year, that 10 years, I don't have an overrun. So it is the trade across ourselves. From here to Burkina Faso, if I'm going to Burkina Faso, why do I need to convert to go and look for dollar? Why do I need to go and look for euro? So the central banks need to talk to themselves. Because on a more serious note, I am very passionate about this and I can talk about it from today to tomorrow. I have Burkina Faso in the north. I have Cote d'Ivoire in the west. I have Togo
in the east.
And yet we don't have, I can't trade in CFA in Ghana. If you want to go to Cote d'Ivoire now, you are coming to buy dollar. Then you go to Cote d'Ivoire, the person you are going to pay in Cote d'Ivoire does not have a dollar account. So you are going to look for somebody to change it. So I think that the central banks need to come around this thing. It should no longer be about what if. It should be as a matter of necessity. Once the central bank solve that, and we get the telcos to come down on the data, the cost of data in Africa is just too much. So my mom, who is a producer of cocoa, may not be able to pay. So I heard them talking about this data. Yes, there can be 5Gs and 6Gs. It must be cheap. It must be easy. It must be available. It must be accessible. Then the African trade. Once African trade starts, even the banks, I have noticed that anytime I push for trade and the countries that are under me take it up, they prosper. So even the commercial banks, we really have no choice but to support trade across Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marufati. I've been hinted that I've run out of time, and so you want to be the one to summarize. So maybe Mr. Adomako, just summarize for us.
Very quick. Why we are running, basically what you are talking about is a Gotchesberg economy, exporting raw materials instead of adding value. I think the simple solution, and we did it in Rwanda, and it worked, and it replicated it in other countries. I think we need to look at the value chain. Okay, look at your value chain. In Rwanda mounting tea, the farmers were producing tea and exporting to Mombasa and exporting tea out, raw tea. What we did is we got the farmers to form an association or a cooperative. We financed a company to process tea, and we got off-takers to buy the tea forward. So tea from Rwanda was going into Europe, it was going to North America, was going to South Africa, and the bank was comfortable to finance all of this because the value chains were all well aligned and aggregated. When you do that, you de-risk the projects, and everybody in the project has a stake, and it makes things much more simpler and reduces the. All of this is about risk. Banks want to know how will we be paid. Suppliers want to know how will we be paid. Processors want to know who will buy. It takes for somebody to sit down and put all of these things together. And I am very convinced, the more I hear the things we are talking about, that we have the solutions, we know what to do, we just haven't done what we have to do. And if we don't do what we have to do, we will come here in another 10 years. We'll be talking about the same problem. These problems we are talking about, when I was going into university, we were talking about them. Why are we still talking about them today? It calls for leadership and at the continental level.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Adomako.
I need to address that point.
You need to address that. You see, everybody wants to address it. What we would want to ask from the organizers is, let's maybe organize a webinar for us. Oh, I'm getting there. One more. Okay, I am being allowed.
Thank you, Gabi Senior. You know, when we speak about these things and we gather here, for so many years, over 30 years, I've been attending this kind of conferences. And we're always putting the mandate or the burden on the governments and some issues. And I realized that no, the private sector can do so much more. I mean, look at what you've done. You've brought us here, okay? The private sector can do so much more. So I decided, my company is Oakwood Green Africa. I decided that based on my skills, people I know, markets I've been to, I can actually be a conduit for capital into Africa and across Africa. And that's what I'm doing. You see, whether Afreximbank exists, ADB exists, the people who need the capital do not understand the language of ADB and Afrexim. There must be somebody who helps them and takes that last mile. So that's what Oakwood Green Africa does. We also know that skills are required. Banks today, like the big banks, will not lend to SMEs who are going to produce, goods for that money to flow and those payments to be required. So what did we do? We created an institution called AfriCellerate, taking all of those companies, SMEs, making them bankable and making them export ready. Private sector participation. Again, we realize that knowledge is required. I'm not talking about knowledge in classrooms, parts of a butterfly, but my industry is agric. How do I tap that industry? So specific knowledge to specific countries. So we set up a company called Oakwood Knowledge Academy. So if your country is a tourism country, we teach you how to serve that industry. If it is mining, we teach you how to serve that industry and to raise capital in mining. So these are some of the things that we are doing as private entities. What are you doing? This is the point. We are the ones to solve the problem, nobody. So think about it. What is it that I have? Who is it that I know? What is the challenge that is existing? How can I be the one to create the platform to solve it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just to thank you all, the panel, Marufatu, Kofi, Adowaku, Olumide, Gabi, and Jean-Francois. I think Africa Prosperity Network should consider a webinar with the same panel. We can continue the conversation. Thank you, Kweku.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benji. I think you could do a photograph, and then I'll take a couple of announcements, and we'll slide straight into our very next panel. So after this panel, I'd like for you, if you are thirsty, you'd like some coffee, there's a coffee set up by the registration area. You may pop in and out and grab a snack and rejoin us. The next panel will lead us into our lunch break. So if you do want a break, you can go and come back. We'll also be projecting a QR code on the screens. Please scan it. It is for feedback. We would like to know what we could have done better to make sure that the third and subsequent editions of the Africa Prosperity Dialogues will meet your expectations and truly add value. A round of applause for the panel and the moderator. Abiola said, payment is key. Ease of moving money around the continent is critical if we're going to see the change we're looking for. And the last speaker said, government. We all think it's all about government, but the truth of the matter is that government is by, for, and from the people. So we all have a role to play, and we all must get involved. I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Alain Claude Billy Binze. He is, until recently, was the Prime Minister for Gabon. A round of applause for him as he joins us. Let's take a few videos from our partners.
Recognizing Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2024's strategic, institutional and knowledge partners. United Nations in Ghana, World Food Programme WFP, United Nations Development Programme UNDP, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa BADEA, Africa Business Council AFBC, Afrexim Bank, African Development Bank, AFDB, United Nations Economic Commission on Africa, ECA, Africa America Institute, AAI, Africa Soft Power, Oxford Business Group, OBG, Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC. Recognizing our lead sponsors, 3i Summit 2024, Planet One, KGL Group, MTN, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, Ghana Maritime, Central Oil Refinery, Tetracor. Recognizing our sponsors. Recognizing our media partners.
Think of the Nile, Zambezi, the Mara, the Volta, mighty rivers that flow through our continent completely uninhibited, bringing life to deserts, irrigating our farmlands, and generating power for industries. Now, imagine a world where the African people had this much freedom. A world where industries and individuals can seamlessly operate across borders. What if all our resources, including human resources, could flow through the continent and improve our collective economies? For example, the everyday African business owner will thrive in a continent where integrating into any African nation is seamless with a passport and qualification from their home country. Sourcing for raw materials is uncomplicated because they can travel across Africa and ship goods easily at a reduced cost. Communicating with suppliers and customers from neighboring countries is as straightforward as a simple, affordable phone call. Payments are easy because of cross-border transaction platforms. And administrative processes such as business registration and taxation are streamlined, making it possible to work from anywhere on the continent. Unfortunately, the current reality of the African continent is very different from this. Lack of interoperability poses many obstacles to our collective development. Juxtaposed with the Western world, we see the differences clearly. In the EU, for instance, initiatives such as the European Interoperability Framework, the Digital Single Market Strategy, the Single European Sky, as well as e-health initiatives have gone a long way to foster collaboration in the region. The economic stability and growth of the EU can be attributed to its commitment to integration, compatibility, and connectivity across member states. Why do we traverse the seas when we can draw from our own streams? Interoperability at its heart is about communication. Communication between individuals, systems, and nations. In order to accelerate progress, we must unlock the power of free-flowing information within Africa. Standardizing systems will serve as the bridge that ensures we have access to one another because every business deal starts with a meeting. The foundations have been laid and the infrastructure already exists. What is left is the political will to implement the necessary policies and initiatives. As a connected people, Africa will flourish.
The Africa Prosperity Network, in collaboration with the KGL Group, present the Imagine Project, transforming the continent. The Imagine Project emphasizes STEM education and interoperable systems, where roaming charges are a thing of the past and common payment platform facilitates transactions wherever you are. It envisions regional hubs for electrification, connecting landlocked countries to coastal areas through an African rail network. Produce, add value, trade.
You're very welcome back from that short break. Please resume your seats. We're about to commence with the final panel before we go for our lunch break. If you're the driver of the Hyundai registered GW1109-21, you are required to move your vehicle as soon as possible. You're blocking someone. We're going to go into another panel. This time, it will be on scaling up the mobile interoperability to deepen financial inclusion and intra-Africa trade. In the previous panel, Abiola Biwa talked about the frustrations that traders have to go through to move money across the continent. In fact, if we can see this dream of the AfCFTA, this single African market, come to fruition, it will be hinged on the free flow of not just goods and people, but money. As we bring down the barriers that hold us apart, we must allow money to flow amongst us freely. I'd like to call on our panelists, and I'll start with Lassina Kone, who is the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of Smart Africa, having joined the organization in 2019. He oversees the process of defining and advancing Africa's digital agenda, and he also oversees the development of the Continental Blueprint for Africa on Digital Identity, ICT startups, and innovation systems, as well as smart villages, and the definition of Africa's Smart Broadband 2025 strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Lassina Kone. Our next panelist is based in Kenya and is currently the head of Sub-Saharan Africa at GSMA, bringing experience from previous roles held at GSMA and Safaricom. Angela Wamola holds a Masters of Business Administration and Executive Program from the University of Cape Town, and she possesses a robust skill set that includes partner engagement, technical project delivery, strategic planning, business continuity planning, team leadership, and more. And she's here to contribute, as she has always done, to industry with her valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Angela Wamola. Our next panelist is a distinguished Ghanaian female engineer, made history as the first national woman to assume the role of Chief Executive Officer at Vodafone Ghana since 2019. She's actively engaged in the engineering community, as she is both a member of the Ghana Institution of Engineers and Vodafone's Executive Committee. Patricia Obonai has had a sterling career and an academic journey that began at St. Rose's Senior High School in Ghana and the Presbyterian Boys High School here in Accra, Lagos. And she's continued her pursuit for knowledge by earning a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, further enhanced her qualifications with an executive MBA from the University of Ghana, an executive degree from the Kellogg School of Management in the USA. Notably, she holds an executive degree from INSEAD, the European Institute of Business Administration in France. She has a sterling career that spans over 22 years. She had previously held high positions at Millicom Ghana, operators of now AT, previously Tigo, before joining Vodafone in 2011. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate and welcome the current Marketing Woman of the Year in Ghana, Mrs. Patricia Obonai. Our next panelist is the Chief Executive Officer of Momo Payment Service Bank Limited, a subsidiary of MTN Nigeria, responsible for mobile financial services. He's also responsible for driving strategy, business development, innovation, stakeholder management, and relevant operations of Momo PSB. He was the Chief Executive Officer of Mobile Money Limited in Ghana, which is an MTN Ghana subsidiary responsible for mobile financial services until October of 2022. Ellie was instrumental in setting up the mobile money services in Ghana and growing the business over the years through strategic partnerships and business development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Ellie Hinney. I'd like to call on our moderator, who is a senior investment expert at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat here in Accra, leading the efforts towards the development, negotiation, and implementation of the Protocol on Investment that has seen the delivery and adoption of the protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Rosalind Ngeno. Is John here? Here to set the context ahead of the discussion is a Ghanaian economist who serves as the current and 15th governor of the Bank of Ghana. He had previously worked at the same central bank as director of research for 9 years. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Ernest Kwamina Yedu Addison.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC, Excellencies, distinguished panelists and guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I proceed to provide a context for this panel discussion on a topic that is at the heart of technological progress: scaling up mobile interoperability to deepen financial inclusion and intra-Africa trade. In a world where innovation has no limits, the ability of different systems and technologies seamlessly communicating with each other is imperative, and Africa should not sit out this movement. The chosen topic has come at an opportune time when several African countries have deployed mobile money platforms and are making a strong push for interoperability to deepen financial inclusion. From standards and protocols to the practical implications for businesses and consumers, I am confident that with the caliber of discussants gathered here today, the outcome of deliberations will provide and powerfully shape the trajectory of mobile interoperability, influence policy making, and inspire the development of solutions that transcend boundaries, not only for financial inclusion, but also to promote intra-Africa trade and therefore growth and poverty reduction. Ladies and gentlemen, the evolution of payment systems across emerging countries in the face of recent technological advances has rapidly changed financial transactions. Across Africa, financial digitization, driven largely by mobile technology, has been a game changer, especially with the introduction of mobile money, which has revolutionized the ways Africans manage their finances, particularly among the unbanked. Several African countries have deployed mobile money platforms as a tool to enhance financial access. And according to the IMF, the Sub-Saharan Africa has become a global leader in mobile money transfer services. Emerging originally as a simple on-net cash-in, cash-out service for customers, the growth and widespread use of mobile money on the continent has led to its integration in broader payment infrastructures such as national switches to enhance interoperability. Mobile money has proven especially pivotal in fostering financial inclusion and giving the myriad advantages. It is advisable that a significant push be made to enhance interoperability across African countries. According to McKinsey & Co., on the report on the future payments in Africa, Africa's e-payment industry across domestic cross-border payments generated approximately 24 billion in revenues in 2020, of which about 15 billion was domestic electronic payments. Despite this, on average, only 5 to 7% of all payment transactions in Africa were made via electronic or digital channels. This implies that e-payments have the potential of being a major growth pole for Africa, especially as the convenience and scalability of payment methods improves. Your Excellencies, Africa's long-standing strategic objective has been regional integration, and over the years, various initiatives have been pursued by existing regional blocs to offer interoperable payment systems to facilitate trade. However, market fragmentation persists with a range of non-tariff barriers that increase the cost of transaction and limit cross-border trade. Africa's cross-border payment infrastructure has also not been as developed as the national payment infrastructures. Most African countries have fairly developed domestic payments infrastructure, such as the real-time gross settlement systems, the national switches, the check code line transaction systems, with vibrant payment systems and nascent financial technology firms. Interestingly, these national payment systems are not fully linked to other national payment infrastructure to facilitate cross-border payments and support regional trade. In recognition of promoting efficient intra-African trade through minimizing the frictions in cross-border payments, Afrexim Bank, Africa's key trade finance institution, in collaboration with African central banks and the AFCFTA Secretariat, established the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System to enable efficient and secure financial transactions across African borders and to contribute to financial integration across the region. The PAPS initiative supports interoperable transactions, including retail payments through partnerships between indirect participants, such as electronic money issuers, and direct participants like the commercial banks, as well as the cross-border payments of capital market infrastructure. This holds a great potential for scalability of mobile money interoperability across the continent and provides a platform that enables innovation in cross-border trade. The challenge, however, is that only a few African countries have achieved full interoperability, which limits the ability to fully maximize the opportunity presented by the PAPS platform. PAPS ended the year 2023 with 12 central banks, 6 in the WAMS region, 3 in the East African region, that is the Central Bank of Djibouti, Kenya, and Rwanda, and 3 in the South African region, in Zimbabwe, the Bank of Zambia, and the Reserve Bank of Malawi. The Central Bank of Egypt, the Central Bank of Comoros, the Central Bank of Tunisia, and the Bank of South Sudan are on the verge of signing on to the platform. In terms of switches, PesaLink, ZimSwitch, Uniswitch have also signed up, while a total of 95 commercial banks, of which 37 are fully integrated and ready to transact. Scaling up mobile interoperability across African nations would call for a review of legacy payment infrastructures, better policy coordination among member countries, and effective public, private, and joint international collaborations that leverage on new technologies. The way forward is for African countries to leverage on the large technologically savvy and youthful population to shape the future of the payments, to drive financial inclusion, intra-trade activities, and promote growth. These developments would present an opportunity to transform the continent's payments landscape in a way that would remove barriers for cheaper and more convenient cross-border transfers, as well as reduce settlement times. I would like to point out that a few initiatives towards fostering mobile money interoperability have been attempted. However, the lack of collaborative approach and the divergence in the developmental levels of the national payment systems, notably the lack of harmonization of regulatory frameworks in the payment system space, including differences in PSP licensing requirements, differences in KYC, customer due diligence frameworks, differences in financial and consumer protection provisions, and differences in the financial dispute resolution processes, as well as differences in foreign exchange access and reporting regimes, as well as data protection and cross-border data sharing have led to difficulties. Overcoming these roadblocks requires concerted efforts from all stakeholders to create an ecosystem conducive to interoperability to address the specific challenges in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, the advent of mobile money and mobile money interoperability has significantly transformed access to financial services in Africa, with a huge leap in the continent's financial inclusion index. It's about time that the continent considers promoting mobile money interoperability to realize its full benefits of deepening financial inclusion and intra-African trade. Initiatives such as the PAPS are a step in the right direction. The continent needs continued deliberations, such as this dialogue series, to ascertain the best ways of supporting such initiatives that enable financial inclusion and intra-Africa trade flows. I wish you fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. Rosalind, your panel. A round of applause for Rosalind and her panel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Governor, for setting the scene for us there on the need for scaling up mobile interoperability to deepen financial inclusion and intra-Africa trade and investment. This panel, we are being asked to keep it short and tight, and I know we are able to do that. But before I speak to our panelists and we can hear from them what options are available in the continent to do the scaling, let me give you a brief background, just a minute on what we have done. So Africa has negotiated, signed, and ratified one of the most forward-looking agreements that aims to achieve the vision of the Africa we want. This is the AFCFTA agreement. And this AFCFTA agreement has attendant protocols. Some of them, and which are important in this conversation today, include the protocol on digital trade and the protocol on investment. We have other protocols that have been signed, that have been negotiated and adopted. We have the competition policy, and we have the intellectual property rights. And now women and youth in trade is under negotiation, just about to be concluded. This is aimed at growing intra-Africa trade, growing intra-Africa investment. But if we do not have the platform and the framework to ensure that there is seamless connectivity, seamless interoperability of financing and mobile, then it is difficult. Earlier on, we had from our leaders that Africa, we have what it takes to be wealthy, we have what it takes to be healthy, and we have what it takes to prosper. This session today will speak to this issue. We know what the issues are, we know what the challenges affecting the continent are, and these issues include diverse and inconsistent fragmented regulatory environments. We have security and trust concerns. We have a lack of standardization of protocols and technical interoperability standards. Now, we have today a very strong industry representation that will delve into some of these issues and the how. So what is available in the continent? What can be done to ensure that we achieve this seamless trading and investing in the continent for the development of our people? And I want to yield the floor to our first panelist. This is Madame Patricia. We want to hear from the operators themselves. Ghana is making progress on infrastructure and interoperability. However, we need to take this cross-border. What are the issues and how will Africa achieve the single market through interoperability? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Rosalind, and hello to everyone. So I probably would make this real by telling you a story of a lady I met at the market. Now, this girl is a head porter, or kaya you as we call it in Ghana. She sells food in the evening, and during the day she carries people's loads in the market. So she's not even earning daily wages, she's actually earning by the hour. So it's micro. She has a family outside Ghana in one of our African countries. And while she's able to accept mobile money, when she transacts, she carries my load, I pay her through mobile money. In the evening when people buy food from her, she takes mobile money. However, when she has to take money to the family, and this is a true story, she actually has to go to the lorry station every 2 weeks, cash it out, and give it to somebody to take out for her in this 21st century. If you look at what we have done in Ghana, which has built her confidence to be able to accept the money, we have moved beyond my wallet being able to send money to Ellie's wallet on MTN. We can send between banks, between mobile wallet and banks, and from your bank account to your mobile wallet. We have built on that, and now it doesn't even matter who signed up the merchant. We have merchant interoperability, and so the customer is not disenfranchised. We settle it at the back end. So now this lady is able to have enough confidence to transact, but the joy is cut off because she has to cash it out. And the beauty of mobile money is when it flows within the system. So what we have done to her is taking away the ability to even build that digital footprint. She's just in an enclosed environment in Ghana. If she goes to her country, she has no records. Now she wants savings. Now she wants to build credits. She wants to acquire access to loans. And where is the, so it's really, before we go into moving $10,000, it's just about economic sustainability. If somebody has a problem in her village, it takes her time, 2 weeks, to be able to send that money because it has to be cashed out. She can't send it immediately because we have barriers in the way. We talk about what the challenge is, and you ask, people will tell you, oh, it's about data security. It's about privacy. And I laugh. They talk about exchange rates. Now, one of the key players in this whole conversation is the mobile operator. What have we been able to do from the GSM end before coming into financial services? Not just in Africa, but across the world. We are able to take this same mobile phone with all our data that we have. If I want to address the issue on exchange rates, I buy my airtime in Ghana cedis. I go to Europe. I roam on a network. I'm a prepaid customer, which means nobody is waiting to bill me at the end of the month. And every call I make, every data I browse is taken immediately and I'm billed. How have they been able to do it? Is it not Ghana cedis and euro? The hurdle has been crossed. You go there and you browse on the network. You share everything about you, basically. So what is this conversation about data privacy? What is this issue about security? For me, what we should be thinking about is, has every individual got a device? Has he got mobile coverage over his head? Because you don't have to be literate in this day and age to use the financial services. You just have to be numerate, pick your phone and dial a few codes, and the money can move from your phone to the other end, to the person who needs it. So the key issues that people are afraid of and worrying about, I think from one of the big participants in the ecosystem, this hurdle has already been crossed. So for me, just to answer your question, what some of the things that we have to deal with is the regulatory framework which the governor touched on. Frameworks exist. How do we harmonize it? What about the standards? Can't we agree on the standards if all operators across the world have been able to interoperate on 2G, 3G, data, 4G, you can take and you don't have to think about it. What is so difficult about transfer of money? Now we talk about legal framework. We should be able to put this together because I'm saying one of the participants in the ecosystem has been able to cross that hurdle as well. So for me, the last one, which is the big one, It's just the political will to be able to do it. If somebody takes ownership and says, I want to make this happen, I am confident it will happen. And after everything we've said here, when we go back and we make it happen, I beg the politicians, please don't pack taxes on cross-border transactions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. You have given us a charge. Let's make it happen. Eli, let's hear from the perspective of the mobile financial inclusion.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. It's a conversation that I'm personally passionate about, and listening from the previous panel, there was one interesting conversation that came out from Madame Abiola about what needs to be done to enable inter-Africa trade, and most importantly, support our traders who are still struggling today to move money around, to trade among themselves, carrying cash across borders, which makes the transaction itself very expensive, because by the time they go through those processes, if they add those costs to their cost of operation, then it makes the cost of delivering the service higher than it should be. And at the end of the day, it's the customer who is going to have to pay those additional costs. And it doesn't make the service, the best that the customer wants. So those are conversations that we need to have and manage that risk that we have talked about. And Patricia has mentioned it, that it's been done in the telecom space. So there are learnings and there are opportunities to also harmonize some of the areas that are important to harmonize, which are the standards which can be harmonized and allow participation to cut across. Now back to the conversation around interoperability. I think the Ghana story speaks for itself. The fact that because we've enabled that, it's built confidence within the ecosystem. People are now able to accept it as a means of payment, pass it on to the next person, and nobody is worried about settlement because they know the settlement process has been taken care of. That is what we need to achieve across Africa as well. And it requires, first of all, the willingness to do it. The willingness for the politicians to take that conversation up among themselves. The willingness for regulators to sit and discuss the key issues that are important, that are necessary to address the problem. Because they are committed to do it, it will be done. The system side has already been taken care of. So it's just a matter of building those systems across and providing protocols that allows integration across, that are standardized enough for people to be able to read APIs and understand what protocols are required to pass a transaction and settle. So for me, those are the things that are important today if we are going to achieve that. Then the last thing I'll talk about is, after all this is done, we also need to consider the ease of participation, which is and we talk a lot about SMEs today, but a lot is also missing in the support that they need to do the everyday things that they have to do. They struggle a lot. So how do we make it easy for them to participate? And the whole conversation about what are the requirements to be part of the ecosystem, so they can participate and be able to, transact among themselves across Africa. We should make those requirements also easy for them to be able to meet the requirements and participate. So after doing all this, we shouldn't end up making it difficult for the people who we are trying to support in the ecosystem, not being able to participate because we put too many roadblocks that are required to participate. So that's also very important. Participation should be made easy, and our SMEs, our traders who struggle every day, go across borders, can meet those requirements and be part of the ecosystem. For me, that would be my initial comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. we need to ensure that we include our SMEs. We talk about them a lot, but what can we do? And it has also just come back again to the regulators and on the political side. We need the will to do it. I now come to the regional perspective, and here I'm speaking to Angela. And the question is, a lot has been said on the challenges and solutions that are being curated in Africa. We've had what Ghana is doing, what Vodafone is doing, what MTN Mobile Money is doing. We have heard those proposed solutions, what has been done and what can be done. As a global organization with insights on how emerging markets have leapfrogged structural challenges and inefficiencies, how can intergovernmental cooperation be enhanced to address barriers arising from differences in policy or regulations between different political units? And maybe at this point you'll also tell us what is the way forward. So what can be done about this? Angela?
Thank you very much for that. I don't know, it's a problem that really doesn't need to be a problem. When we look at the amount of innovation, the infrastructure that has been laid in place, and I think the fact that our people in Africa really do want to do business, when we look at what we're trying to do here is interoperability as a facilitator for accelerating and opening up more opportunities. Now, sadly, I think if we can start on where are we today, because we really have to understand the problem if we want to solve it, okay? In the previous panel, we heard the panelists talk about what is the private sector doing. Yes, because there's maybe some sentiments the private sector is not doing enough towards helping Africa take advantage of its resources, its people, innovation, and all that. Patricia, Ellie have spoken and said they have invested. The infrastructure should not be the problem. Then why is interoperability a challenge? We see from where we sit as a GSMA, 60% of the infrastructure that has already been laid is not being used by our people. Think about it. You sitting there as a consumer, even as a business person, would you put your money or leave your money in something that 60% is not being used? And this is even worse. 10 years ago, in 2014, it was 12% of people were using it. Now, in 2024, it's 25% people are using it. Honestly, can you wait 10 years with your money just sitting there and nobody using it? So we have to ask ourselves the difficult question. What is it that we are not doing that is not allowing the infrastructure, the capital that has been employed, to be utilized? When we look at it, that means that, when you see the success that we have as Africa in terms of mobile money, 70% of global mobile money transactions are from Africa. And they're using the same infrastructure, but old technology. 2G, 3G, SMS. $836 billion move in Africa, mobile money. That is equivalent to 70% of what we exported as Africa in money. So that means there's no challenge about our ability to transact in Africa. But we're doing it using old technology. If you're talking about digital trade and the Africa Continental Trade Agreement, digital trade cannot happen without you being on mobile internet. Because, okay, to be honest, our people use mobile internet, right? So we're talking about 25%, 290 million Africans only using mobile internet. Why aren't they using the internet? Interoperability, cross-border facilitation of payments, as we've heard. It's easy to do. We've had in East Africa, the community, since 2014, the ability to roam like home. 10 years later. It's not in the rest of Africa. These things are easy to do. Technology is the simplest of our issues. There's more to this story than meets the eye. If we want to have a healthy private-public sector participation, we have to come to the understanding that it's not about saying we need more processes, we need more policies, we need more systems. What we need to do is make them work. First, make it easier for people to just move across the border, work, get their money in a way that's safe, secure, simple, because that's the whole aspect of interoperability. It's about the convenience of safety, the convenience of do it anytime, from anywhere, comfortably. Now that needs to have systems and processes and legal frameworks that we already have. That if it works in Rwanda, it should work in Kenya, right? Make it easy for everybody. So I think for me, the parting shot in terms of the way forward is just let's make it work. Execute. Execute, and Smart Africa, even as I hand over to DG, have come up with how we can work this together. How can we get the legal framework in Kenya to work with the legal framework with Uganda, so that the systems, the investments, everything that's already in place since time immemorial can begin to work for us. And I'll hand over right now so that we can conclude this.
Yes, please. Let's make it work. We have policies. We have strategies. We need to make it work. But before we come to the strategies and how to make it work, DG, in what ways, first tell us about SATA. In what ways does SATA anticipate addressing the challenges that you have had right now and the challenges that have come out during the two sessions that we've had this morning? The challenges relating to trust, regulatory frameworks, technical standards, cybersecurity. How do we ensure seamless implementation of mobile money and interoperability across Africa using what you're doing?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me and to the Africa Prosperity Dialogue. So when you hear Africa Prosperity Dialogue, we need to dialogue for the prosperity of Africa. If we can talk about that today, after 63, 64 years of independence, I think that's a good progress already. Let's dialogue about it. To answer your questions, SATA means Smart Africa Trust Alliance. But before I get into that, the main definition of SATA, it is a mechanism how country can allow interoperability of their digital ID system. Why? Because if the vision of Smart Africa is to convert, is to transform Africa into a single digital market, it means investor will not be looking at Ghana as a 30 million market. They will be looking at the 1.4 billion once the digital ID are interoperable. I'll come back to this point, but I need to address the operators. What my sister just said, it's important. I can transfer money maybe from Rwanda to Ghana by mobile money, then I cannot transfer from Ghana to Rwanda or Burkina, Cote d'Ivoire. In fact, we are living in a paradigm which we don't follow rules, we follow choices. We should follow choices, not rules. Rules follow what we choose. I will explain. If Kenya, Safaricom had to wait for the Kenyan regulator to allow M-Pesa, it will never happen. So what happened there? The operator followed choices to address our grandmother, our mother's need, then the rule, which is the regulation, followed. So if you're expecting from the government tomorrow morning to make a new rule, new rules, new regulation, sister, it's not going to happen. The choice is on the young people. You have to find a solution in this innovation world. The government will not make the rule. You know why? Because they don't know. Based on what? It's about innovation. They're going to base the rule on what? You operator, you're sitting here. Remember when the operator were operating X25 and they moved to frame relay, then they moved to 2G. Every single time the government is coming up with the regulation for the new technology because they don't know. So our startup innovators should create a solution for this intra-Africa or cross-border payment. The government will follow. A very pragmatic solution. Why Nigeria came out with the e-Naira? Do you think it's because they sat in the office, central bank, they said, I'm going to go to e-Naira? It's the pressure from the Bitcoins on the street because Nigeria was the biggest market trading the Bitcoins. They have to follow. We are living in a disruptive world. We're not living in the regular world. So the key is the disruption. We follow choices, not rules. You know why? Technology is the only thing we don't have to learn from the people who colonize us. No. It's always in the context of the local context. So why are we waiting for regulation which was given during the independence and to be able to compare? It doesn't exist. So I'm really advocating for a young startup in this to come up with a solution from now to the next APN. We found a solution, and I will give you a hint. If you're Uganda, what are you buying when you have a money? Airtime. When you're in Ghana, you have a CD. What are you buying? Airtime. What is the common denominator? Don't look elsewhere. Can I buy airtime? Can I charge my cousin airtime in Ghana? Then I'm not going to say it. The operator will tell you the answer. If that is the answer, then always go look for loopholes. The loopholes make the government move. You know why loophole? Because they don't have no rules for it. And we are living in a world where the sustainability depends on innovation. But innovation only survives in adaptive regulatory environment. Mark my word, adaptive regulatory environment. It means regulation for development. How many of you in this room here from Africa where the government would say, we're regulating for development? No, they're here to collect taxes. It is a reality. So let's be pragmatic about it. Okay, go back to SADA. Smart Africa Trust Alliance, why? Do you all realize that the only continent that do not have a platform is Africa? Amazon is a platform. Google is a platform. Facebook is a platform. Microsoft is a platform. That's why today, America controls 72% of the digital economy. China controls 22% with the TikToks. Europe controls 3.4%. Africa controls 1.5%. It means we are being digitally colonized without knowing it. Everyone here, when you wake up in the morning, tell me, what's the first thing you looked at? It's a WhatsApp. Is it, what's the first thing you looked at? It's a WhatsApp. Where is the data stored? In Ghana, Accra? No. So it's happening without actually knowing it. So the only way for us to get out is to have an EKYC, Electronic Continental Know Your Customer, EKYC. KYC in the jargon world of the finance is to know your customer. Continental KYC, it means I am an MTN customer in Cote d'Ivoire. I come to here in Ghana, I'm an MTN customer. I need an MTN SIM card. Why MTN have to ask me all the paper I provided in Abidjan? It doesn't make sense. It's only through AKYC SATA, Smart Africa Trust Alliance, where you come, you walk to MTN store here, and they will ask you, do you have any phone number in any country in Africa? You give that number, all the information you provided earlier on shows up. Then we will be reaching what we call single source of truth, SST. The single source of truth basis, what does that mean? We are all born here in a hospital. Who will give you the birth certificate? The government. Now you want to go register your son in the school. Who's asking you the birth certificate of your son? It's the government, but you had the data. Why should you ask me again? It's because our government is not doing its job properly in terms of digitalization of the government. So we need to wake up. Only disruption we will be able to leapfrog. Otherwise, we will be trailing the rest of the world.
Thank you very much. And that's why he's the 12th personality in transformation of digitization in the continent. So thank you for the ideas that you have given us. Before, we have a few more minutes, but before we just come back for the 1 second way forward, do we have a question, and if we can be allowed by the organizer to ask the audience if you have one quick question to ask these panelists? Yes, please. And I will bring this microphone because it was not already addressed. 1 minute.
My name is Kwadwa Vanderpui. I am a returnee from the United States. My primary question right now is, in this environment with climate change and our rights to access the work Africa does in protecting the environment, whether or not we can trade that for credit.
Trade financing. Yes. We only have time for one question, and I will ask our distinguished panelists who can take that up. So you'll take that up.
Yes, in a summary, Sister, you talked about a carbon credit. Since we preserve the environment, then we should be collecting a credit for it. Yes, I tend to say yes, but we went to COP 28, 29, and we're going to go to COP 40. They promised $100 billion. Have they ever paid? So why should you build a dream over a dream? They're not going to pay it. It's true. We're protecting the environment. Now they came out, I don't want to sound so political, they say we should stop using charcoal. In Europe, which is a more industrialized country today, when did they stop using a charcoal? And they're telling us to stop using a charcoal. Africa is a young continent. We have a choice to make. We don't follow rules. However, the carbon credit is a good point. But today, for the COP20 environmental protection, $100 million, $100 billion they promised, they never pay. It's not going to happen. And you know what? Whenever you want to talk about that, there's a new narrative about Africa. In 1947, after the Second World War, when the decisions were being made around the table about Africa, there was no African around the table. So we are living the consequences. And when you're living the consequences, you don't want to make a second mistake again. Carbon credit, yes, but there are other things that we can do to finance ourselves. Africa is living in the poverty, but Africa is not poor. So we can do even better than the carbon credit. That's my answer.
And we have the opportunity to leverage on the fact that Africa is actually the one that is saving the world in terms of climate. So we have the opportunity to leverage climate finance. And I know that the AFCFTA Secretary General is now looking at avenues of networking to ensure that we have access to this climate finance. We have 4 minutes left, and I would like to request my distinguished panelists, right from any, if you can just give us the way forward. I will skip you, Mr. Kone, you will give us the last word, please.
Thank you very much. I think a lot has been said about how to harmonize and how to simplify, interoperability processes. One area where I think it will be very important and has been discussed, mentioned earlier, is around the currency harmonization when it comes to interoperability, so that we avoid, what Mrs. Abiola talked about, where you have CD as a trader, you want to pay someone across your border, say in Nigeria, you don't need to move from CD, get a USD before you get to Nigeria and convert back to Naira. We should be able to get our central banks harmonize that conversation, where the trader just pays CD in Ghana, and then the recipient or the trader on the other side gets a Naira or the currency of that country. I think that's where we begin to, take out the structures that today hamper the process and increase the cost of trading for the SMEs. Because by the time they go through that phase and come back, the cost of that transaction would have increased, because it is now depending on something that we don't have control over. But if it is within the currency of exchange of that trader, then first of all, we've simplified the life of the trader, and we've also simplified the process that is required to exchange. So I think that is one key area, currency harmonization among member states when it comes to interoperability and trading. Thank you.
So to round up, I received a letter from my regulator on the GSM side saying that African leaders met ECOWAS leaders and decided that as part of promoting trade across borders, every SIM card that you bring from Cote d'Ivoire can roam on our network for free for 30 days. And the same happens if my SIM card goes to Cote d'Ivoire. And they signed it and said, let's make it happen. We've solved it, and today it's live, it's been implemented. And so for me, we should translate the same desire, the same willingness into mobile money interoperability, and I think we will make it happen. You have the commitment of the mobile operators. Thank you.
Talking about interoperability, we do have, and the challenges around the legal frameworks, because we know it's all about protecting data and security against cybersecurity threats. I think the opportunity for us here is to try and make it work by each state looking at their own legal framework to harmonize what is the gap between where they sit in terms of the maturity curve and these best practices in terms of either the Malabo Convention, which came into effect in June last year, and other frameworks that are globally used. Let's try and just make it work simply. Between two countries, look at your frameworks and look at what is the gap. How can we make just simple, examples like cross-border mobile money usage work? Let's try and execute. Let's try and leverage the SATA, Smart Africa Trust Alliance, as a mechanism to make it work. But just let's do it. Let's not wait another 10 years to come back here and talk about what are the challenges with interoperability. There are things out there that we can do today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Angela. As Mr. Kone, you had said in our briefing session, 2030 is only 6 years away. Do we have the political will? Do we have the regulators who are in this room or who will hear this conversation? Do they know that they need to facilitate? Do we have that? You have 11 countries that have signed into SATA declaration. They can be the accelerators. But what do we need to do with respect to political will? Thank you.
Yeah, for Smart Africa Trust Alliance, of course, Ghana, government of Ghana has signed. We have so far 11 countries that have signed the declarations. We are very soon starting the pilots between Benin, Togo, Ghana, and Senegal. In fact, among the 11 countries who signed, it's not a matter of ECOWAS. Because we have a Tunisia sign, Gabon sign, Zimbabwe sign, Zambia sign, Rwanda sign. It means it's across Africa. It's not a regional economic community issue. We're really advocating for the government to sign a declaration. All it allow Africa to be transformed into a single digital market. And it allow us to do our duty, which is identification of our population. Because how can you be governing people that you don't even know who they are? From the moment you ask one Ghanaian, where do you live? He will tell you just, if you see the blue container, on the right of the blue container, that's where I stay. This is not an address. So we need to to build a trust among ourselves, we need to have a proper KYC. If the reason we are trailing is because we are still living in a truth economy, not a trust economy like the West. Until we learn to trust each other, we will not make it. Also, one last thing, we need to be pushing for PAPS. The Pan-African Payment and Settlement System will resolve a lot of this intra-Africa or cross-border payment. Because already at the PAPS level, African Bank, they will allow the reconciliation, compensation of all these currency. We do not have to go through US dollar. I'm transacting with Togo. What does the US dollar has to do with this? This is Togo, it's not the United States of America. So this is my pledge to you. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Thank you for those wonderful ideas. This is a dialogue. We have had the recommendations from these panelists. Let it go to our communique. Let it reach our heads of state. They actually are committed. Look at AfCFTA agreement. 47 of them have already ratified. 11 declarations on SATA. There is that will, but can we then take opportunity of this goodwill? So I thank you very much, and I also thank you. The audience was very engaged. We very appreciate your engagement. Thank you so much.
Pause for Rosalind and her panel. Please get ready and take your photos. A couple of announcements. If you're owner of car number GR830319, kindly proceed to the vehicle and move it ASAP. You're blocking someone. We will be breaking for lunch in a moment, but let me tell you about the afternoon session. There's another conversation on the critical enablers for single market success through manufacturing. And we will be joined by quite a number of awesome people, including the chairman and founder of the Cleopatra Group, one of Africa's richest men. Trust me, you want to stay and be a part of that panel discussion and to listen to them. The former Prime Minister of Gabon is also going to be joining that panel. So when we're done with lunch, make your way back here and be as engaged as you have been all morning. We'll also be projecting the QR code through which you can give us feedback on the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2024. Now, in my opening statement this morning, I used the analogy of how the railway tracks sit opposite each other, but through the collaboration of the elements, the ballast, the sleepers, the fasteners, they are able to carry trains. It's similar to what we're trying to do here. We have different comparative advantages, different cultures, different competencies, but we have to work together. This panel has indicated that if we're going to be successful at creating a single market on this continent, then we have to make sure that the bloodline, which is money, can flow through the entire body of the continent easily. Because blood flows from your head to your toe, and there's no need for conversion, there's no need for purchasing and switching things around as it moves. And if we can achieve that with interoperability of money and its flow through trade, we will be halfway there. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I call time for lunch. We're back here at exactly 2:45 for the final session. Thank you.
Delivering prosperity in Africa calls for strong collaborations between African governments and business leaders where enablers of trade and growth are identified and built. Delivering prosperity in Africa calls for actionable and bankable policies that bring value addition to our vast resources. And because delivering prosperity in Africa matters, the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2024 is themed Produce, Add Value, Trade. Join African heads of states and top business leaders from the 25th to the 27th of January at the Peduase Presidential Lodge, Ebri Hills, Eastern Region,